Good morning, everyone. We are live and alive. It is November 21st, 2025, 8:35 a.m. Bright and early. I hope you're all having a fantastic day, night, afternoon, wherever you are in the world, because today we are playing Peak. I actually don't know. I haven't experienced it yet. But we are playing Mouthwashing. I've heard really good things about this game. I think it came out last year. I genuinely don't know anything about the game except that I know a lot of people have compared it to Silent Hill, and so I figure it has a pretty good psychological story to it that I am definitely interested to get into. But yeah, it's an indie horror game. TimeToBeat.com said it's only 2 hours long, so my yapping exploration ass is probably going to take twice that length, but we'll see, depending on how much there is to read and explore in the game. We might go longer than 2 hours, but afterwards y'all can definitely expect you guys can definitely expect some analysis videos. I've got a couple different video essays lined up that aren't just mouthwashing related. They're actually related to all the games that we've actually played this year. So there's a couple different videos while I was looking for video essays to look up for not just this game, but the other games earlier back in October of this year. There were some video essays I found that literally like compare Silent Hill and Mouthwashing. That was like about trauma, I think the video essay is. And then what was there? There was another one that is about mouthwashing and what was the other indie horror game we played? Me-Side. Me-Side and Mouthwashing, there's one about both of them in the same video as well, and how the similarities of indie horror. And then the final video we're gonna watch is about No, I'm Not a Human. No, I'm Not a Human, Mouthwashing, and Me-Side, and it's about how indie horror is like setting the stage for like what horror games could be going forward into the future, because they're all really good horror games that have come out recently. So without further ado, let's get into it. I'm gonna stop yapping. Just wanted to let you all know that after we complete the game, there's definitely some video essays lined up to watch, but yeah, let's get into it. Excited. All right, new game, here we go. Have I washed my mouth? I know what, when I first heard the title of this game, I thought of the mouthwashing scene from the Monogatari series. That's like what popped into my head. I've never even seen the Monogatari series. I think I watched like the first or second episode, but I know that famous anime scene. All right, Pony Express Long Haul Space Freighter, Tulpar, Crew 5. Wait, does this take place in space? Planned shipment duration 382 days, elapsed transit time 147 days. I hope this hurts. Ooh. The most random connection. I don't. What do you guys think of when you hear the phrase mouthwashing? That's the first thing that came to my mind. Maybe I'm just a fucking gooner. I hope achievement unlocked. I hope this hurts. Start mouthwashing. Whoa, what the hell? That was a crazy transition. 0 days before what? An orbital body has been detected 21 AU ahead of the vessel. What the fuck's a kilometer? 0 days before the crash. Oh, please make manual correction 1.4 degrees leftwards to avoid impact with unknown mass. Oh shit, we're driving this thing. Wait, we're gonna crash. It said 0 days before crash. We're gonna crash, chat. Steer right. Heave! Wait, we're going right in? Okay. Wait, I think I fucked up, chat. Direct collision course with orbital body 1.9 AU away. Engaging autopilot to recorrect vessel. Advise crew to take up emergency positions. 4,000 credits docked from crew pay package for failure of navigational staff. If you all die, 4,000 credits reduced. It's locked. Oh, I can actually move. Ooh, look at that ambience. Is it getting closer? Can I take my time? The fuck is in here? Danger. Pony Express protection kit. Use only in case of emergency. Captain access only. Code scanner required. Damn. Oh, here's a key. Take emergency key. That was easy. Let's hit the easy button. It's locked. Tab. Ah, here we go. Use emergency key. Boop. Hit the button. Disengage autopilot. Wait. I thought this was to re-engage autopilot. Wait, what? I don't want to do that. Okay, so our character is clearly suicidal. All right, well, fuck it. There's nothing else to be done. Oh, okay. Oh, you can lock it? Wait. Wait, what are we doing? Or maybe we just leave? Lend a hand. Cute little mascot. Oh, you can sprint? Oh, I don't like this at all. Wait, I was not expecting... I'm gonna get chased by shit. Holly says, giddy up, Galaxy. Don't be daft. What the fork, brother? Holly says, rise and shine. What does that say? Can I crouch? There's no crouch. Sleep is the best rest after a long day of work. Earn that rest. Don't overdo it or fall behind. Do not indulge in... I can't read that bottom part. It's too small. The Corpo Uma. The Corpo Uma. What's that noise? Aw, oh, hell nah, bro. What the fuck do you mean? It's the Corpo Uma! Oh, I don't like this, chat. What? Hey! Why has it got so many legs? What is going on? Corpo Uma? Oh, look at all the signs. Wait a second. This isn't where we were. What's going on? We're looping. It is Silent Hill. This is crazy. Whoa! This is actually just an average day of work at a warehouse, to be honest. Hey! I think we beat the game. 2 months after the crash? Jimmy? Anyone else would do the same thing. We ain't touching the damn cargo. The hold is locked down for a reason. The only thing worse than dying slowly is not getting paid. But it could be something useful, I think. Could be what? Hopes, dreams, marzipan? Ha! You don't have to. If it helps us survive, it's worth it. Wait, who's Jimmy? I thought this person was Jimmy. Are we Jimmy? Man, Pony Express bosses really aren't chill at all, huh? Come on, a quick look won't hurt. How exactly is this group therapy committee planning on getting in there? Oh, right. Here, boss. You're looking at the meanest swing of regional junior baseball team. Straight up, nearly corked a kid once. I can't take the utility axe and... You were goddamn born fully corked. That's enough, Swansea. What are these names, dude? Swansea? There has to be an in case of emergency way inside. If I remember correctly from the safety protocols, the doors should have an alternate access code, but it can only be uncovered using a code scanner device. And only the captain has access to the scanner. Of course, go ahead and ask him all about it then. Maybe he'll sing you the blues too. We don't need him if we find the scanner. Get the code and open the hold. For better or worse, I'm the captain now. Look at me. I am the captain now. I'll figure it out. Right on! Jimmy Neutron, acquire code scanner. What the fuck is that? Whoa, what is going on?
Polly says, are you working hard? Or hard are you working?
Hee They actually sell plushies of this guy for kids. Don't indulge in over 5 hours of rest, including leisure time. Sleeping over the allowed budget will result in disciplinary actions. Yes, let's go. Another game that is a critique on capitalism. My favorite. Whoa, gaming magazine. It's like a little Game Boy there too. Good thing we had extra medical mattresses. The floor isn't that bad. Polly says, don't be daft. Proper preparation prevents accidents. It is your responsibility to keep yourself and the crew safe. Medical expenses will be docked from personal credits. Polly says, giddy up, Galaxy. Punctual deliver is our pride and promise, no matter where you are. Late deliveries will be docked from your personal credits. Polly says, lend a hand. Teamwork is the soul of success. When you have completed your tasks, always check the other tasks. HR complaints about poor team synergy may result in collective punishment. Diabolical. All right. Dude, the ambience is so good with the footsteps. God damn. What is this? Oh. Wait. What? Perhaps I am missing something. We'd be dead without this thing. Never thought I'd be thankful for Pony Express's grub. This machine was empty even before the crash. Swansea saw to that. Oh, this is where the main menu was, huh? I didn't say it, but I really dig the main menu music. What the fuck is that? I thought that was like that Eastern chess game at first because of all the circles on it, but that's like a... I don't know what that is. It's like some weird shoots and ladders life game. Life. Wait, can I get the life emote in chat? Looks like it'll be soup again for dinner. You want a rock, paper, scissors for the chicken noodle? How much food do we have left? I'd say like 4 months-ish. Less than the remaining air supply, but we can make it last. In theory. We'll be starting to poke new holes in our belts pretty soon to pull that off. Man, my mom will straight up stuff me when we get back. I'll look like Swansea. We'll have a rad story to tell, though. They might even write articles about us. We could be on TV. Huh? It'll impress the ladies, too. Hell yeah! The real problem is us running out of toilet paper. Fatal stuff, man. We should leave that part out for the press. Has Swansea been like this towards you for your whole internship? That's just how he is, man. Didn't want a spud like me following him around for an entire year. This isn't really internship experience anyone had in mind. Don't let him push you around too much. His bark is worse than his bite. He may be cranky, but he is legit a wizard of a mechanic. I was like, you rock! So this is what years and years and years and years of experience looks like. I'm sure he appreciated that. Did you find the scanner thing yet? I'd ask Anya about it. She's been reading the safety manual like a Bible since the crash. Alright. Find Anya. What's Ludo in? Oh, the game? The cockpit. Utility cargo. Oh, there's that guy. Kaka! Yo, this guy looks crazy. Ain't you supposed to be figuring out our great cargo robbery? Why are you standing out here? None of your goddamn business. Everything is my business now because of Curly. I don't want to keep having this conversation. Right, Capitano. Ain't that a Genshin character? I'm working blue-collar fool. I'm working. Blue-collar fools can't afford to stop working even when the machine does. Go figure. And before you start, I'm taking a break. Don't you worry, I ain't going over my break time allowance. Ha! Working on what? How does it look in there? It's a solid wall of foam. I'm trying to see if I can break it down enough to get something useful out of it. Any of my tools. But if I breach that foam and break the air seal, it's lights out for all of us. Ain't letting anyone else mess around in there. Even Daisuke? How do you say that? Daisuke? Even Daisuke? He's your intern. He's supposed to be helpful. You think I'm letting that knucklehead in here after the crash roughed it up? Our so-called nurse nearly skewed her leg when the vent hatch was open during maintenance. And that was before the crash. I warned her, but it's in one ear and out the other. Then there's that teeny bopper thinking only with his downstairs long nose, just like my useless kids back home. So no, ain't letting anyone mess around in here. All right, Swansea. Keep me updated. Huh? Still here? What? Still here? Give it here, that thing. Your dark soul. Don't look at me. This is all you and that rickety elbow of a woman. Get your ass to medical and figure it out with her. All right, I'll come to collect your dark soul later. Oh, Captain, my captain. Oh, I just went around in a fucking circle. Medical. Oh, is this where she is? Is she the nurse? Yeah, she must be the nurse. Like, oh, there's that guy from the main menu. Pills. These are all we have left. Take painkillers. Yoink. These are all we have left. Oh, I thought I could take another one. That'd be funny. Anxiety. We are here for you. Is that a fucking meme? What are those memes called that like originated from fucking 4chan? The like poorly drawn ones? That's what that little stick figure looks like. There's like a little face there. Doesn't it? It looks like one. There's like a random photo of a Christmas tree too. Sojak? Yeah, it looks like one, doesn't it? This vent has been busted forever, at least according to Swansea. Probably beyond wreck now. Doesn't get a signal anymore. Unfortunately, Anya and Swansea's playlist survived the crash. Unfortunately. Sounds nice. He doesn't want to keep still anymore. What about the painkillers? It just hurts him so much. I can't stand the noise. You did make it through nursing school, right? Pony Express sure does know how to cut corners if nothing else. Damn, a little rude. I was thinking, we never went back into the cockpit after we dragged him out. It's almost entirely foamed up. Kind of a miracle Curly didn't end up fossilized. Okay, the big thing that I'm wondering right now is who were we playing as at the beginning in the cockpit? Because it sounds like Curly got fucked up pretty bad from the crash there, and he was the captain. And were they acting captain now? Huh. Kind of a miracle Curly didn't end up fossilized. But it could still be unstable. I just think, well, it's the only place the code scanner could still be. Is that the cockpit? Okay. Otherwise, we're shit out of luck. I'll take a look. I know you'll figure it out, Jimmy. You're so capable. Oh, also, well, I was hoping you could help me with Captain Curly. Oh, right, sorry, with Curly's medication? People have to be worth their titles. Don't you think, Nurse Anya? Yeah, forget I asked. I'll take care of it. Are you gonna feed Curly his meds? He really suffers without them. Yeah. His bandages are also looking wet. I know. We're out of fresh ones. Alright, just want to make sure I exhausted all the dialogue. Damn, bro is fucked up. He got no hands and no legs. He's got all stumps. Alright, what's up, Curly? Can I talk to him at all, or can bro not talk? He does not look like he can talk. Ugh. What? Sock puppet repeatedly open and close Curly's mouth. Achievement unlocked. Hilarious. Painkillers. 10 milligrams of oxycodone. Extended release capsules. The good stuff. Hold still, yeah? I don't like this any more than you do. You know what they say? Pain is how we know you're still living. Bro, Jimmy's kind of a freak. I can't bear to listen to this. Excuse me, sorry. The mouth may be washed. Is this the mouthwashing? Wait, what? That was some crazy SFX, bro. You good, Curly? Can we give him more? Empty. Never mind. You have to make sure he swallows them. That's why it sounds so scary. Yeah, it sounded like he was like forcing the pills down his throat. That's not washing a mouth, though. Where's this title mouthwashing come from? You good, Anya? We don't have a whole lot of painkillers left, but you still want to keep... Why do you think he did it? Does it matter? What answer would make you feel any better? I have to believe that our worst moments don't make us monsters, Jim. I have to. Even in his case. He tried to take us all down with him, Anya. The way I see it, there's 2 reasons to keep him alive at this point. Guess the important bit is that we all agreed to it, for one reason or another. I'm still feeling nauseous. I need a minute. Okay, so he is the one that crashed the ship, it seems like, but why is... I guess the next question, right? Where'd she go? We must exhaust all dialogue. But it sounds like we're going to the cockpit now. Did you find the scanner thing yet? No new dialogue there. I don't know where Anya went, but... Oh, there she is. Yo! Thank you for helping with Curly. Did you find the code scanner? I hope it's still there. The cockpit is covered with foam. Okay. Entry strictly prohibited to unauthorized personnel. Captain has been equipped with standard issue code scanner to unlock the door in case of emergency. Damage sustained to cargo will be deducted from crew pay. Unnecessary trespass into hold will be deducted from crew pay. Accidental door breach will be deducted from crew pay. Loss of code scanner will be deducted from crew pay. Wow. What? You can't do the same numbers twice? What is that shit? I can't do 6969, chat. That usually always works whenever I try it. Alright, cockpit was over here, right? Can I get a caca in chat? 6967 then? Well, I couldn't use the same number twice. But I see what you did there, 67. I'm cool, I'm hip with the kids. I know 67. Holy caca. What is that? Oh, that's it? Wait, what? Okay, I feel like if we pick that up, something's gonna happen. Wait, that shit looks like a flashlight. What do you mean code? Oh, is that able to... Wait, code scanner is just a flashlight you hold up to the numbers to figure out what the code is? What the fuck is that? Wait, wasn't there a bunch of shit in here before? Yo, where'd that key go? A length of nylon rope. Oh, I don't like that. In a horror game, that makes me think they're gonna fucking turn that shit into a noose. I don't know why I would be able to interact with that. This pipe must be broken off during the crash. Or must have broken off during the crash. Wow. Good job, Jimmy. Genius. I don't think there's anything else to interact with in here. Take the code scanner. Open the cargo hold. Ba-ba-da-da. Wait, where'd that guy go? Swansea hasn't let anyone in utilities since the crash. Says it's filled with foam. Wait, where'd he go? Oh, they're all here. Yo, what up? Oh, what do you guys think what do you guys think we've been shipping? Oh shit, is this gonna be like Alien where... Wait, that wasn't Alien. Which one was that? Oh, that was, what was that one game? I'm fucking Callisto Protocol. Callisto Protocol's like big plot twist that I kind of saw coming from a mile away. It wasn't that hard to figure out if you were paying attention to the story beats, but like the big twist in Callisto Protocol is that your character was the one that like caused this big zombie outbreak on this colony because you were shipping like some kind of illegal material that your character didn't even know about because he was like a smuggler. What do you guys think we've been shipping? If it's spare parts, maybe me and Swansea can repair the ship and we can get out of here. Right, Swansea? Quit your yapping, boy. Well, get on with it. This is all you. I want it duly noted that I had no involvement with this. Are we doing the right thing? Let it be medicine, food, or water. Wait, what? How do I use this thing? Oh. Whoa, that's kind of weird. Chat, I don't think it's working. Is this not what I thought it was? Across the toll part? Wait, I have to like... You're kidding me. Oh, there it is. 4517. I thought I was about to have to go on a scavenger hunt, dog. 4517. Beep boop. Whoa. Y'all moving up. Holy boxes. Y'all see this shit? What's going on? "7 days before the crash." Wait, what? Okay. This shit's fucking 500 days of summer. Are you listening? Oh, now we're playing as Curly. What the fuck? So we're gonna get to figure out what happened to Curly? Or why he did what he did? Yeah, damn. I'm so sorry. Couldn't sleep again. But I passed the psych eval. Well, you gave the same answers as last time. I do wish you'd open up a little more, Captain. These evaluations aren't just about you, you know. As long as I'm fit to fly in your eyes, Anya. Oh, stop it. Guess that means I only have one more eval left to do. Jimmy? He acts as if I do these things for fun. Then I have to make a report with things like, I found myself sexually excited at the sight of cartoon horses. Oh my god, chat, I thought y'all were fucking around when you said fucking bronies. You can't do that to the Umas. That's not even uncommon. Well, chat earlier, like when they saw the horse, they said that it's a horror game about bronies. I thought that they were just fucking around because of it was a horse. They weren't even joking. Jimmy is a brony confirmed. Oh my god. Ha! Well, I could take it off your hands. Really? I've known him for a long time. Jimmy? Yeah, he won't try any bullshit with me. I suppose you are the captain. I am the captain. Thank you. What a relief. Oh, before I forget, Swansea asked me to give you this. They can't expect me to perform miracles. Look at the little doodles. There's like a little dog on there too. That's cute. I can't really read the other stuff. It looks like it was a to-do list. And then he wrote on top of the to-do list, they can't expect me to perform miracles. Not sure what it means, but sounds like fun. What? Good luck, Captain. Talk to Jimmy and Swansea. Oh, look how nice it looks now. Before the crash. I've been bringing the same playlist along for years. When it's not, it's right. When it's right, it's right. That's right, brother. Daisuke described his experience as an intern so far as awesome, super cool, and like totally awesome. Like really awesome. Should I be worried? Nah, bro just loves his job. Swansea and Daisuke have been fixing this broken vent for days now. Best to stay away. Oh, now we can get a good look at that. The fucking, what's it called? The fucking, soy jack? Wojak? Bojack Horseman? Amazing. Whoa, that kind of looks crazy. Breathe in, hold, breathe out, pause. Everybody loves clean. A trucker's kind of meals. Kind of fast, kind of cheap, kind of edible. This thing's been out of coffee for over a month. It's for the best. Caffeine keeps me up anyways. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Anya and Daisuke get really intense about this game, about game night. He's always insanely lucky, too. Drives her crazy.
Polly says, teamwork makes the dream work. Yay!
At ease, pony boy. Bruh. Polly says, rise and shine. Sleep is the best rest after a long day of work. Earn that rest. Don't overdo it or fall behind. Do not indulge in over 5 hours of rest. We read these earlier. Oh, can I actually interact with this thing now? Boop. What is this? What the fuck? I've never seen this contraption before in my life. I don't know what this is. It looks like a sideways toaster. Campbell's. It's called Cooper's. Our trusty food dispenser. Table of contents. Ingredients. Water. Gelatin? Sweetener. Tonic. Recipes. Cake. Drink. Meat pie. Bread. Spaghetti. I'm not reading all those, but I see Alfredo. Do enjoy my Alfredo. Lasagna. Polly's Delights. Chat, is lasagna just spaghetti cake? Because I see spaghetti and cake on there. If you combine them, do you get lasagna? Pony Express presents Papa Polly's Delights for the long haul. Oh wait, there's a arrow. Nutrition pouches. Acquire the following ingredients from the nutrition pouch dispenser. TM. Water 3142. A convenient and stylish modernized pastured water sack, perfect for the on-the-go while working rehydration. Reminder, do not ingest shower and or sink water. Only designated sack water is safe for consumption. Sack water. Nutritional pouches. Gelatin 4213. Enriched flavor receptacle gel, created by ingenious kitchen artists for optimal mouthfeel. Chew before swallowing. Injected with necessary vitamins and other supplements from various biological sources. Restricted item. Wait, chat, we can use the special captain thing. It's sweetener. Sweetener is only for the captain. We can use the captain code thing. Captain access only. Use code scanner to retrieve the dispenser code. Strictly captain access only. Sweetener can be used only for crew morale boosting activities. Celebration prohibited in case of mediocre performance. Oh my fucking god. Tonic 1324. Bitter and zesty tonic water made to spice up the bland. Can I get a slay in chat? Zesty. Contains, I don't know what that word is. Quinine? Drink in moderation to avoid health-related complications. Cake recipe. Pony Express standard multicultural and multi-occasional celebration cake mix recipe in a party bag. One set of ingredients provided per haul. Communal birthdays are encouraged. Delicious. Oh, look, they have the different things you combine there, too. The different packs, the gel packs give you different... Okay, there's probably actually going to be a puzzle at some point. Preparing the cake with culinary auto mixer. Step 1, mix blah, 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 blah. Do not consume more than 2 slices. Pony Express is not liable for any personal injury or sickness resulting from failure to adhere to company guidelines. What's in the cake? The cake is a lie, chat. Oh my gosh, look! A drink recipe, it's just like the Honkai Star Rail minigame. The drink minigame. Enjoy Pony Express specialty mocktail. Mocktails mixer is ice. The snacks are real nice. Sorry. Alright. the door to my quarters. I'm still on the clock, though. Hey! Is this Jimmy? And Pony Express said they don't provide onboard entertainment. Feels like there's always something broken in that room. Tulpar's starting to show her age. Past inspection, right? Shouldn't be an issue. Plus, they added Daisuke last minute. Didn't account that there'd be 5 of us now. I really should have made a bigger stink about that. Maybe you should intervene, or we could just close the door. Your call. Are they fixing? Are they arguing or something? Oh. So the foam thing happened before the crash, and it seems like the crash made it get out of hand. What is this music? Emergency cryogenic pods. They have about 20 years of backup power. Boop, boop, boop. Oh, we actually have the code scanner. Wait a second. Can I make that food now? Wait a second, chat. How do I use this thing? Maybe I can't right now. How do I use this thing? I want to make the food. Alright, let's see what these two are up to. Is there anything else I can look at in here? Seems like Swansea is teaching Daisuke the basics. He's got a long way to go. Do not touch. Beep, boop, bop, bop. Bro is not learning. Well, I can see the issue. The kid was brought on and just to make me suffer. He turned my ass. I was just trying to fix the vent, sir. Ah, that vent goes up to the nurse's office. Good to know. How did that trigger the emergency foam? Because you're talented in all the wrong ways. I would have dealt with this, but only you can unlock the axe case. Every goddamn thing has to go through you. I'll handle it. Hang on there, Oh wait, this is us. I'll handle it. Hang in there, Daisuke. I think I got it. Yeah! Hang in there, yeah? Back in my day, we didn't have to go through a dog and pony show for every little thing. Might as well put our cutlery behind a lock. $2609. Beep boop bop. Take axe. Hang on. What if I... Is there some... What's the code, I wonder, on the... Should we look at that? On the menu? Two, 3, 4, 1. Thought it might say something scary. I can't even make the food yet. What the fuck? I don't know. Sorry to keep focusing on that. It's just... My exploration brain is like, it says I can do a thing. Why can't I do thing? I should go help Swansea first. have to... Ah. Don't hurt him. Ouch! Ugh. That's some strong stuff, huh? Get it through your goddamn skull. That vent is strictly off limits. Fully fucking collapsed inside. You looking to get impaled, electrocuted, and cooked? Yeah, but like, you can't fit in there to fix it, right? Oh. So I can totally handle it. Captain, give me the axe. Swansea, this could have damaged the pods. You can't let something like this happen again. Yeah, I got it. Loud and clear. Keep the axe until you've cleaned this place up, yeah? It's okay to be big, boss. My Gramps was super huge, and he lived until like 60. What are you standing around for? Clean this mess up! I take it Anya diagnosed you with being sane then? Just off center, but it's what keeps me on my toes. I said I'd do yours. I want to hear all about those cartoon horses. Is that something you were born with or a recent development? All right, shut up. Let's go to the cockpit. Kaka. Is it just me or is this hallway way longer than I remember it? Oh, we are totally playing Silent Hill now. Remember that Silent Hill staircase that went down and down, lower, and that was like, at one point I was like, are we looping? And around the time I asked if we were looping, that's when we reached the bottom. What? Geronimo! And then you jump down a pit. Wait, this is actually just Silent Hill. Whoa, pretty. I'm in VR chat. Bro's actually dead. The cosmos is speaking to me. Cosmic horror type beat. I deadass go to a world in VR chat when I do my self-help therapy sessions, and I literally there's a world just like this where I just stare up at the cosmos. I feel very at peace in those moments. Broken ladders. Can I climb one of these or what? Nope. Yeah, they kind of gotta... Why is it forcing my camera to look one way? What? Whoa. The sun... We're flying into the sun, chat! Wait, this is sick. That was a cool transition. That was really cool because as soon as the sun started rising reminiscent of behind Curly when he's all bandaged up and everything with that sunrise with the calm music. But they took a peaceful thing and turned it into a really horrifying thing, like flying into the fucking sun. It's like the SpongeBob, alone, 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 alone. My footsteps don't even make any noise in here. Oh look, we're in the cockpit. All right, we just took a little detour. No big deal. I need to leave this here just in case. Jimmy bet me 50 credits this thing will never see the outside of this locker. So far, he's winning. Oh, the rope. Dude, that's the second time they've let us have some dialogue with the rope. That's definitely coming back in some way as like a noose later on in the game or some shit. Or I guess they said it was a cable to go outside of the ship. Maybe it'll come back in that way too. All right, Jimmy, let's do your evaluation. You can't just make something up for this. It's not like these evals ever go anywhere when we get back. We'll power through it. Have you ever been able to complete your mandated tasks as a co-pilot efficiently and to your fullest capacity? Let's see. Okay, so his job was the co-pilot. I didn't know what he was doing. I'll just put good for that one. That's all of them. Done and done. How are things otherwise? Off the record. I like it. We're in control here. Didn't think you'd ever take to being a freighter pilot as well as you have. What with how you struggled back on Earth and all. Sure, all I ever hear is how great of a leader you are. Honestly, it's kind of annoying. So what is it? How come it always seems like you're standing on the edge of a bridge with your feet in cement? Lately, I've just been thinking. Is this enough? Should I just stay here because I've been successful at it? Good long-haul freighter captain. And that's bad? That's what I'm saying. It's not bad, but it's terrifying. I think, am I figured out? Is this all I'll ever be? Or do I take the risk and try something new? Even if I'm bad at it? Yes, I get it. You reached the highest rung on this ladder, so now you're thinking you might be on the wrong ladder altogether. Still a long way down from the top no matter how you look at it. While I'm still climbing and climbing. Something like that. But hey. You know I believe in you, right? Here. On Earth. Here or on Earth, it doesn't matter. You should write that on a psych eval.
Message incoming.
Oh no, the big guys themselves. Guess that's my cue. I'll see you later. Wait, what? Oh. Take news from corporate. Oh, is this what made him do it? What the fuck did news from corporate say? After all the... No, it's not gonna let me read it! What the fuck? This is in the storage? Whatever that news from corporate was might have been the thing that made him do it. Drive into the asteroid. What the fuck is this? So we're in the storage area now. They got tech for space travel and still use fax? Hey, that other shit's expensive. They gotta cut corners. Is that a TV? You still use fax all the time at work? That's crazy. Whoa, why is it red? Look at that. Oh, the cursor's red too.
A business operating at a steady profit can give its workers security and employee benefits. Operating at a profit, a business can provide the employee with comfortable, colorful working conditions.
Oh my god.
High wages and steady employment. First aid and health protection. Accident and life insurance. Time off for vacation. The employee working for a profitable business can maintain a savings account.
Where's the union?
His own home, and have plenty of leisure to enjoy the peace and quiet of family life. When investors receive a business operating at a steady profit can give its workers security and employee benefits. Operating at a profit, a business can provide the employee with comfortable, colorful working conditions.
They're just the same thing now on loop. Amazing.
High wages.
Wow. Yeah, Yams, you work in a space freighter? Whoa, look. It's a black hole. What's that called? When the black hole spits out gas vertically? That's called something, I forgot. It's not the event horizon, right? That's the... Or that'd be the horizontal lines is the event horizon. The vertical lines is called something else. I forgot what that's called. How do you think I afford the gacha games?
Here, in fact, is the answer to a dream as old as man himself. A giant of limitless power at man's command. And where was it science found that giant? In the atom. A particle so infinitely small that it takes over 100 billion atoms to make up the head of a pin. Just as other millions and quadrillions of atoms are the tiny building blocks, which make up everything in the world. Ships, and shoes, and sealing wax, and cabbages and kings.
Were these all custom made by the devs, or are these old things?
Here, in fact, is the answer to a dream as old...
What the fuck? If they're custom made, that's really cool. What the fuck is this?
Hurry, step right up, folks. Here's the answer to your problems. Dr. Utopia's sensational new discovery, ISM. ISM will cure any ailment of the body politic. It's terrific. It's tremendous.
You say ism? Oh my god, it is.
You'll have the bountiful benefit of higher wages, shorter hours.
Ism for labor? Bro, come on.
Profits, no strikes. Remember, you're the big boss. Government control, no worry about votes. Name your own salary. Bigger crops, lower cost. Why?
Bro, oh, cinema. Amazing. Oh my god. No audio, that's crazy. What the fuck? Dragon Breath? Destiny 2. A revolutionary new dental hygiene product. Is this the mouthwashing, chat? Brand new formula designed to kill bacteria and kill germs without leaving a bad taste. Oh, cinema. Here it is. Dragon Breath Mouthwash. All day fire fresh. Consult with your local dental hygiene specialist before using. Mouthwash will not accept responsibility for certain death. Oh, this is what we were shipping 2 months after crash? This is mouthwash? Unfucking believable. There's gotta be an ocean of that stuff in here. This room looks freaking endless. This is what they had 5 people hauling for over a year? All of this? For mouthwash? The sugar content probably offsets any potential... Wait, the sugar content probably offsets any potential as a disinfectant. Oh, there's so much sugar in it that it probably doesn't make a difference. Disinfectant? What are you? Let me see that. 14% ethanol? Ha! Ha 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 ha! Ah ha ha ha? I suppose we'll smell good at least. That's right, Keto. You can bet your ass on that. What are you doing? Stop that! Bro's getting drunk. Woo-wee! Oh, shut up. I'm just an old codger? Taking care of his dental hygiene here. You hear that? That's the sound of 15 years of sobriety popping like a cyst. A glorious, magnificent, red-hot cyst. Good riddance, and cheers to Captain Curly. Hear, hear! Guess anyone could get seriously blasted off this stuff. Yeah, and kill you in the process. This can't be real. There's no way. Now we can go out in style. Daisuke, come here. Anyone ever teach you how to drink like a man? Okay. Interesting. 6 days before the crash. Break the news. I need to tell them. Okay. Break the news about whatever was on the... Or whatever we just got from corporate. It was probably that the whatever we're carrying is like super important if they were reacting like that, right? Oh. Birthday time. Surprise! Surprise! Look at your face. Gotcha. Cheers. Wow. What's, the occasion? We only get one communal birthday party per trip, right? So we can have it whenever. Only one person can really be surprise birthdayed per trip. We did Swansea last haul, remember? No way, I can't believe I missed that. You were next on the list, so congratulations. Hate to say it though, your duties have to extend even on your own birthday party. You're the only one with clearance to make the cake. The recipe is there by the machine. Hop to it, Captain. Oh, I know how to do this. I've been waiting this whole time to make a cake. Can I talk to them? You gonna use the Pony Express provided cake recipe? At least make it correctly. You should find the ingredients and recipe in the kitchen. Swansea really likes that cake. Don't tell anyone. I think you need to use the code scanner. They're really getting a lot of mileage out of that thing. Huh? You know how it is. Pony Express being either cheap or lazy. Usually both, no? Cake time. Fucking hat. Sorry for jumping you. This whole thing is corny. But, you know, it's kind of a tradition now. I dare say I almost look forward to it. Nothing. Yeah, no, I agree. Wait, what? Things got violent? I hear they used to provide unrestricted amounts of sweetener and karaoke machines for halls. Things got violent. What? Could you sneak an extra packet of sweetener in there? Just kidding. Maybe? Nah, totally kidding. Unless... Ain't no way bro said unless. I hope this cake is tasty. Swansea already ate all the candy bars from the vending machines. Crazy. Two, 3, 4, 1. Cake can never be too sweet. What if we make something wrong? 2, 3, 4, 1. So we need what? The blue and yellow? The blue and yellow. Blue, yellow, pink. 2, 3, 4, 1. Wait, what? Not now. Not now. Wait, where do I get the fucking flavors? Oh. Ding! Yo, what if I make one of these? 1, 3, 2, 4. I need the blue one. 3, 1, 4, 2. Does it matter which one's where? In what order it goes in? Blue, yellow, pink? Wait. Blue, green, pink. What? Can't use this here. Is it gonna... Oh, you're kidding. Oh, it's gonna make me make the cake, dude. That's no fun. 4, 2, 1, 3. Wait, what? Ah. Ah. Wasteful. Mix the Pony Express specialty mocktail at Curly's birthday party. Oh, we got an achievement for that. Got it. I'm not quite sure why I made this. Did it say we could only do 1 sugar? Are they gonna get mad? After all these years just like that? Wait, can we read this? What's the news from corporate, chat? Wait a second. What's the news from corporate? Oh no. 2, 3, 4, 1. Oh, okay, we still do got to make the cake. I thought it said, like, you could only do... There was only 1 sweetener per year or some shit. 3, 1, 4, 2. Can I drink the cocktail? I have no use for this. Never mind. Did they say anything about the fact that I made the cocktail? I guess not. What happens if we do use 2 sweeteners? 2, 3, 4, 1. Super sweet. It won't let me. That's bullshit. Oh wait, no, that's right. You gotta use the cake. A half-finished birthday cake safe for human consumption, but lacks flavor. Safe for human consumption. I don't like that noise it made. Let's go. Can't use this here? Aw. I guess you can't. Man. Oh, look, they're all sitting down. You gotta make a speech, dude. Can't argue with that. Speech! 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 Go on. Hey, what's wrong? That's all it said on the report from management. We will receive the paycheck for this delivery. I don't know any more than that. Pony Express finally kicking the bucket, huh? Oh. What a joke. And where are the punchline? I don't have any savings. They can't just do this, right? Pony Express was one of the last manned crew freighter companies. The writing's been on the wall for a long time. One of the last manned crew freighter companies. AI coming for all their jobs, bro. That's crazy. That's dope. The entire game is actually a critique on capitalism. That's fucking awesome. W devs. When did they tell you? Earlier this week. I was instructed to wait until we're closer to the Hall destination, but I can't keep something like this from you all. So, I guess you got what you wanted. Without the guilt, because he didn't want the job, yeah. Jim, if I had known, I can't go back. I can go back on my word. I can go back to my, how do you put it? Oh. To be honest, better robots do that, because imagine being stuck in space with them. No, you're not wrong. The problem is it takes jobs, right? That's the whole, like, dilemma with AI. I'm sure you know that, though. I don't gotta explain that, but, like, the technology is not the issue. It's how it's being used, right? I can go back to my, how do you put it, struggle of a life. Anya never got into medical school because she's, well, let's be real. And how many employment years Swansea got left in him? Daisuke will be fine. Mommy and Daddy have him covered, so there's that at least. But you, headed for bigger and better, right? Ooh. I'm just working on my life being a place I don't have to fucking escape. That's what I was trying to tell you. Nothing more. We're the ones trying to escape. Leave the dirt behind now that your boots are clean. That's not what I meant. It is what you meant. You just couldn't frame it yourself in a way that kept you as the hero. Abandon the crew but remain the model captain. Unbelievable. What am I gonna do? Let's have some of that fucking cake then, Props to the Twilight crews of the Tulpar. Props to our captain and his new prospects. Take knife. Damn, I can't drink the cocktail. A large kitchen knife. Regulations say I should keep it locked up behind the scanner. Use the knife. Oh, you gotta move the mouse back and forth. Why is it moving like that? What the fuck? Okay, this is a crazy fucking way to cut a fucking cake. Bro's just throwing shade? Dude, for all I know, it was probably him then. It sounds like it was probably fucking Jimmy that crashed the ship. And then, like, maybe he fucked up Curly somehow to blame it on Curly? 3 months after the crash. He's still asleep. Check on Curly. I can't sleep, not with the noise. Oh, there's like arguing, it sounds like. Maybe she's with Curly? I don't know if he's been given his medicine yet. Find Anya. There's only a handful of these pills left. Once these are out, we'll have nothing to keep him quiet. Where the fuck is she? No, I understand completely. If that's how it has to be. Oh, it's you. Jimmy, not able to sleep either? It's nighttime. Why are you talking this late? Anya, are you crying? No, don't worry. I'm okay. We all need to keep it together. Oh, this is Jimmy. We all need to keep it together. Oh, I'm keeping it together. Don't you worry, Captain. He's making noises again. Did you give him his meds before, Anya? No. Must have slipped my mind. I'm sorry, Don't worry. I'll do it. No, really, I'm perfectly okay. I said I'll do it. I wonder if they've even noticed we're missing back at headquarters. It'd take a rescue ship so long to get here. Might be another freighter they could divert to try and find us. It's not inconceivable. I suppose you're right. You getting a lot of use out of that thing right now? Force a habit. Don't overthink it. Right. All right, Curly, time for your medicine. Come on, stop with the noise. Damn it. I know what everyone is thinking. The way they look at me. What could I even say? And then, what would she do? Damn it. Here we are now, me in the driver's seat. Thanks for that. Open up. I hope these make you feel fucking better. That was it. Oh, what the fuck is this? Huh? If my friends kept me alive like this, I would haunt their fucking lives. Oh, look, there's... Oh, the mouthwash. How fucking long has it been since the crash now? If it even has been, are we tweaking out? Look at the mouthwashes, next to the game board. There's more there. What the fuck? We should have some. Why? It's mediocre at best, obviously. Sometimes you can only get the subpar stuff. That's what makes the really good stuff, well, good, right? Why bother? Hey, we all tried to escape. Didn't work for any of us. I've thought many times, is this what peace feels like? And is it good enough? If I'm being real, it certainly isn't the best. So all I can do is try to make my life one I'm not trying to run from all the time. Sometimes I'll be promoted, buy a house, fall in love. But other times I'll just have some awful fucking cake with my friend. Right now, that sounds pretty brilliant, yeah? So if you'll do the honors. Right. Well, let me go find a knife. What have you got? A knife! Damn, shit's hella fucked. I'm late for this. Are you winning? Or something. Oh, I don't like this. Look at all the fucking bottles. Dude, that we're gonna find the knife like lodged in someone or some shit. Where the fuck's the rest of the crew? Warning. Warning. Feast. Yeah, I guess we can't find a knife, but we got a bloody axe. That'll work. Oh, the music's so pretty. Oh, that was cool. Oh. Bro's the cake. Ain't no way. Can I talk to him at all before we do this? Feast. We're gonna eat him. Oh. 4 months after the crash. Check on the crew. Oh. Bro's drunk. How many have you had? Those will kill you before anything else. I know. My mom found this internship for me. Such a slacker, she said. I don't know. I just never knew what I wanted to be. Never was good at anything. Total screw up. We're not done yet, Dazuke. I just hope she doesn't blame herself. Please, just take this. I don't want to look at this stuff anymore. I want to be alone, if that's okay. Sorry. Kills 99% of all germs. Bad breath ain't nothing but a dream. Damn, bro's getting... Oh. They killed the pony. What was that? Couldn't quite hear you, pal. Look at bro getting jiggy with it. He's been blasting this music all night. At least I think it's all night. Hard to tell anymore. There's the big man himself, Jimbo. Listen, listen, listen. This is the best part. Away, ooh. You're a mess, Swanza. It'll be all sad motherfuckers of the tulpar in the sky with diamonds. What? It'll be all the sad motherfuckers of the tulpar in the sky with diamonds? Captain Jimmy pulling the plug on the party before it's the last call. Where'd that kid run off to? He's got to work on his stamina. Party's over here. Ha ha ha. Away! Oh, Swanza. Find Swanza's employee card. Oh, I guess every character has an employee card. cool. He's coping nicely, yeah. Oh, we're out of medicine, chat. Is that a card right there? What's that? The music's so peaceful. It's definitely some mushy music, man. I can't use this here. The name of the game, use the bottle of mouthwash. Wait, I didn't use it though. Got a code on you? Yeah, I kind of have a feeling with the context we have now that fucking Jimmy is the one that crashed the ship at the beginning of the game, and if corporate sounded like they were closing and Jimmy was fucking working his way up the ladder to be the next captain, and then I don't know, he just had fucking what's that like if that's the case, what's his name here, Curly didn't deserve it, but he had Jimmy had misplaced resentment. That's what the word I was looking for. Jimmy had misplaced resentment on Curly and maybe just wanted to drag the whole fucking crew down. I don't know. Just a theory, a game theory, but let's keep going. Oh, she's looking at the mouthwash. Anya. Ah! Oh, you startled me. Sorry. No worries. You thinking about drinking that too? Honestly, yeah. I gotta say, I love the shots, like the different camera. I just tried to merge camera and angle in the same word there. The different camera angles they use in the dialogue in this game are not something I expected. It's pretty cool. Keeps the conversations a bit more interesting. You thinking about drinking that stuff? Honestly, yeah. It'd probably just make me feel sick. Wouldn't fix anything as much as I'd like it to. Yeah, right. Hey, I was thinking, did you know that not all of the medicine aboard was in my office? We stored some in the storage locker in the hallway. Why haven't you brought this up earlier? It was foamed up. I didn't think it was possible to reach it, but I've been estimating the position of the foam. I think the medicine depot locker isn't too far into the mass of it, so we could try to break it down. One strike too many on a weak spot. We're all getting sucked into space, though. I think it's worth the risk. Nothing else? It's an excuse to get Swanza to hand over the axe. Break the foam. See the foam by the hallway to medical? You can kind of see the locker in there. Bro said. That's crazy. Jimbo! El Capitano! Capitano. Capitino. Captain. The man with the plan. You done? I need that. This old thing? This was entrusted to me by our previous tragically inclined leader. Big responsibility. But you know, all about that, huh? I'm going to try to get some painkillers. Do something useful, you know? Oh, I heard all about it. You're looking to pull the plug on this party early. I'm trying to save us. Take matters into your own hands, huh? Be my guest. Think I already feel the ship rum tumbling through space again. Ha! Back to the future. What? Excalibur! We are now Artoria Pendragon. Maybe he's not coping nicely after all. Did you notice the tabletop game changing over time? I didn't. That's interesting. But I did notice the mouthwash next to it though, so I assumed that they were playing. Is there anything significant about that other than just to show the passage of time? I love all the bottles all over the place. All right, she said on your way to medical. It's a symbolic progression in a way. Yeah, gotcha. Okay. Progression of the game, as you could say. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Where the fuck is medical? Oh, right here. That's got to be the locker, huh? W. Whoa, what the fuck? What's that alcohol in there? What? Where'd she go? Oh. Oh, wow, Jim. You did it. Yeah, it actually wasn't that hard once I figured it out. Amazing, really. Sure. I hate to ask you again, but could you give Curly his painkillers? It still just makes me so nauseous. You're not serious. Look, I've entertained your sentimentality up until now, but I'm trying to actually fix things, Anya. Take responsibility flashed on screen there. I'm getting us through this. It's find the code scanner. What? Then figure out the door code. Get the axe, all the different objectives. Chop up the phone, but not too much. And best of all, give Curly his fucking medicine. But I'm bearing it. I have to. Because the captain has to take fucking responsibility on this goddamn ship. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Go make sure Daisuke doesn't choke on his own vomit. No, I can. I'll take care of it, Anya. I always do. Damn, Jimmy's a fucking dickhead. Bro, you were the one who wanted to be captain. That's what I'm saying. Like, I understand I understand, like, situationally, like, someone might act like that because you're in a very stressful environment. It seems like everyone's gonna die, but, like, that's gotta be, like, you gotta keep reminding yourself, especially if you're in a leadership position, you gotta fucking keep everyone sane and together, right? Jimmy was not cut out for the job. Pure alcohol for medical use only, potentially deadly to ingest. Chat, what happens if we use the fucking alcohol? I don't know, do it? Yeah, I'm kind of curious. I don't actually want to kill him, but I'm just curious to see what happens. I can't, okay, I can't use that here. Okay, good. I didn't want to kill him, but I was curious if, like, something happened if you did. Use painkillers. I don't think I understood the pressure you were under before. Fuck. And you tried to tell me, too. Our worst moments don't make us monsters, huh? That's what Anya said earlier. You were a good captain, Curly. And you'll be one again. I'll get us both through this. Oh. Buddy, I don't think Curly's making it through anything. Yeah, he's pretty fucked up. 6 hours until judgment. What? What do you mean by that? Jimmy! Get the fuck out here! You can't hide! Wait, we took the rope. I'm gonna chop you into 20 fucking pieces! On the door? What the fuck is this, chat? My hands won't stop shaking. Question mark in inventory. What the hell is that? Oh, we tied it, look. Oh! Two days before the crash. You, doing okay? Yeah, I can't sleep. I know how it is. I just toss and turn. Or stare at the ceiling all night. I actually kinda like the nighttime window screen, if you can believe it. So I just come to look at it sometimes. If you look really, really close, you can see there's a dead pixel in the upper right corner. That's so. Nope, don't see it. In the back of my mind, it's always there. Now I'll go bonkers looking for it. Cheers. I don't think it's ruins in the illusion, though. It's peaceful. But maybe I'm just used to looking at the bigger picture. How many days of transport do we have left? Let's see. Off the top of my head, around 237 days. Just under. 8 months. Hey. Why do you think Pony Express put a lock on the medical room door, but not in the sleeping quarters? I suppose for the same reason they put a lock on the cockpit. Safety. Safety. Five months after the crash. Jimmy, help! Jimmy, it's a total emergency. Calm down. What is it? Anya is stuck in medical. The door won't open. What if she runs out of something? Right. Let's go have a look. Hurry! We've got to hurry! Go, go, go! He's actually doing the not like this emote. What the fuck? Go, go, go. Anya, I brought Jimmy. We're here to rescue you. Don't worry. Don't panic. Hey, I heard the lock's broken. Hey, Anya? Can you hear me? Yeah, I can hear you, Jimmy. The rest of our medicine stash is in there too. Damn, this could be bad. Did you try to really put your back into it? Any wrenches laying around? How heavy is the med kit? Anya, is the door stuck? No. Huh? What do you mean? Look, we're all stressed, but you can't go breaking down at every little hardship. Open the damn door. You were right. You were right all along. I should have done this from the beginning. I always believed that our worst moments didn't define us, didn't make us beyond repair. You think I wanted this either? Make no mistake, this isn't my worst moment. Far from it. It's the best decision I'll ever make. Open the door. I'll take care of it. Anya! What does that mean? Curly is still in there with her, right? Yeah, you don't think? Daisuke, you and Swanza know the internals of the ship better than anyone. There's absolutely no other way into medical. The vent! Well, Swanza said it was strictly off limits. Like, super, mega, not allowed above all else. The utility room. That busted vent in their loops into medical. But I mean, technically a person could totally fit through it. If that's the only way, we'll make it work. You listening, Anya? Fine. Come on, Daisuke. Gosh, man. Oh, gosh, Rick. Oh, man. I don't like this at all. What could Anya be thinking? We should go to utility, right? Gosh, oh gosh, Rick. Oh, man. Like, zoink, Scoob. Daisuke said, don't panic, and then he panics. Damn, bro, you look fucked up. Swansea! Swansea, we need your help. I know you said utility was dangerous, but I'm good right here, fellas. You know, I'm not letting you in there. Off limits. Look, if there's any possibility, Jimbo, letting you scratch at that foam wall would be useless. You'd only tear this goddamn ship a new asshole. Nothing to be done about it. Bad luck. Tail missed the donkey. But Swansea, this could be really bad. Just hear us out. We're God's hand-picked favorites on this here planet, I reckon. Means we get to name it. So let's hear it for Wake Rock. Wait, we're on a planet now? Whatever's going on anywhere else ain't my problem, since I'm the happiest man Wake Rock's ever seen. Let's just go, Daisuke. There's no point with him. "8 hours until judgment." Just to turn the phrase, they're still in space? Oh, okay. Don't do anything. Stop, stop, stop. I can fix this. Why do you keep fucking saying that? Are you hearing yourself? I'm sorry. We still have disinfectant, right? The one from the extra medical stash? Get it, now. The cocktail. You. The cocktail? What are you blabbering about? That was your fault. You would never have. I had no choice. You. Useless. You goddamn fucking idiot. There has to be something else. Find the disinfectant. Beep boop bop. Did we make a fucking cocktail with the... Did we make a cocktail with the fucking alcohol? the disinfectant alcohol. That's new, ain't it? Responsibility. Take responsibility. What the fuck? Anya said the sugar would make it useless as a disinfectant, though. Oh, look at the Oh. That's a cool effect. They're all empty. More stairs. Take responsibility. Whoa, it's like one of those. What's that painting? What's the artist that makes the crazy stair paintings? What the fuck? That looks crazy. Hello? Can you hear me? What did that say? Be quiet? A blind beast, aimless and restless. You can't run from it. Huh? What the fuck is that? Yo, my bad! Whoa! What the fuck? What the fuck? It's a horse! Bro. It's Bojack. Look at this shit. Let me get a good look at you. Where are you? Oh, damn it. Wait, what the fuck? All right, it says be quiet. Bro, what the fuck? Hooray! I'm sorry. I messed up. Don't try to talk. Bro's mouthwashing now, 5 months after the crash. I think the vent in utility connects to medical, but you heard what he said. Going in there now. It's too unstable. Trying to break the foam could risk the air seal. I just don't want to fuck up again, like I did before. You heard Anya. I wouldn't put it past her to do something extreme right now. You and me, Daisuke? We can save Curly, yeah? Swansea won't help, so we'll figure it out ourselves. Right, alright, yeah. We got this. But even before the foam, how do we even get the door to utility open? Swansea has been practically camping in front of the door, and he has the key. I have an idea. You're going to have to trust me. We need to knock him out. You're gonna fight him? No. Even he has to have his limits when it comes to booze. We have to make him pass out. Simple, safe. Simple, safe. He might not even realize we did anything after the fact. There's a recipe for a mocktail in the kitchen. Ah, that's where the mocktail came in. We can follow the steps, but use different ingredients to add a kick to it. Come on. This kind of feels like a heist movie now. Ain't as fun as real life. Ain't as fun in real life, man. Take plain cocktail. A rough mix of mouthwash and alcohol. Not even Swansea would drink this. We're out of sweetener, though. Any ideas? I might have accidentally at some point mistakenly misplaced a few packets before. By accident. Right. You could take a look around my stuff. Could be some sweetener around there. But also totally somewhere else. Who knows? Anything's possible. Crash sure jumbled everything up. Oh my gosh. Misclicked. Mocktail spiked with alcohol here for a good time, not a long time. Oh my god. That drink looks sick. I can totally picture myself on a beach with a hot babe and a few of those. Then I'd drink too many and throw them all over myself and never be able to drink them again. Ah, good times. Let's just get this to Swansea. What the fuck? They actually teleport him when I'm not looking. Bro's a weeping angel. You good? Huh? Oh yeah, I'm all good, man. Taking a teaching my intern now? Personally try to educate based off years of experience, but that's just me, Captain. The fuck is that? Look, we need to keep working together. If this is how I can get us through without us being at each other's necks all the time, then... Yeah, give it here. We kind of freestyled the recipe. Yeah, I can tell you had a hand in this monstrosity, kid. You ain't no mixologist. Sure as hell ain't no mechanic either. You never should have come here, you know that? Who the fuck even decided to let you on board, huh? Stick the idiot with a bunch of sad sack adults and see what he learns, huh? Bootstraps and all that. What a load of horse shit. You think it's all going somewhere, but every failure leaves you a little more mangled than before. Older, uglier, and meaner. Smarter in a worse way. Wallowing doesn't suit you, Swansea. I suppose you think we all should be acting like you, our hard-working, esteemed captain. I say take a load off before the sun finally sets on this party. May we never go to hell, but always be on our way. Take utility room key. Gotcha. Not like this. Is he still breathing? He practically bounced off the ground. He'll be fine. His tolerance has to be through the roof by now. Probably just wake up with a massive headache. Oh man, he's gonna be so mad. I'll never get a good reference now. Ooh. Oh my god, it's a dead duck. Swansea's key for the utility room. It never leaves this person. Wait, what's it say on? What's the duck say, chat? Captain, are you sure about this? Maybe we could talk to Swansea before he's cleared up a bit later. He's just, like, really into workplace safety and stuff sometimes, you know? Which is, like, totally cool and stuff, I think. He taught me, it's time to be brave, Daisuke. Curly and Anya are counting on us. Wait. Whoa, it's, like, barely foamed up at all. Hey, it's those things. I've never been inside one. What are they called again? Cryostasis pods. Oh yeah, these things are far out. Totally sci-fi. Oh, it looks like one still works. How long can these things even keep you frozen? 20 fucking years. I can't believe Swansea managed to clear all the foam from here. He didn't. What? Think about it. Swansea never let you work with him on breaking the utility room foam wall, right? No, it needed to be handled delicately, he said. He said I'd have way too much athletic strength in my arms. I would have just torn right through the foam. I was like, damn, makes total sense. Bummer. So I've been in charge of the kitchen instead. He said it's like next level critical to keep stock and organize it every day. Had me double, triple, tuple check everything like all the time. Right, of course. And he never told you he'd gotten in here? No, but look how busy he must have been. There was never any foam in here to begin with, and Swansea has known the whole damn time. Just taking a load off before the sun finally sets on this party, he said, huh? That boozed up bastard has been biding his time until he can save himself. Would getting in the pod really mean you'd get rescued? 20 years more of a chance to get found. I'd take those odds over our current situation. Not like this, though. Not by lying through my teeth while waiting for everyone else to die. No, man. That just can't be right. I'm sure there's a reason. We'll ask him about it when he wakes up. We'll deal with him after. Right now, we have a job to finish. And the vent looks like it's still in one piece. Whoa. Check out those sparks. I have to imagine how gnarly it looks on the inside. It could be somewhat collapsed in places. You could make it through, though. We need to try. Swansea said it's not safe, though. I know he forgot to tell us about the pod, but he knows, like, everything about this kind of stuff. Maybe we should just wait for him to wake back up. You said you could handle it. Swansea taught you well, right? Time to prove it. He'll be impressed when he wakes up, and he'll be proud. He'll understand why we had to do this. Then he can explain himself. You think so? Daisuke? Everyone's counting on you. Captain's orders. And this is how he gets hurt, right? I imagine. Yeah, I got this. Okay, here we go. And then when Swansea was trying to kill us with the axe in that other memory, too. I imagine that was because of this as well. Alley-oop! Oh. Bro's dead. Ah! Anya? What did you do? Uh-oh. One day before the crash. Find the gun. And we don't know... We're probably playing as Curly, because I think we've played as Curly in all the before the crash sequences. Thanks, Jimbo. Find the gun. I already checked here. Why are we looking for a gun? I don't know. One day before the crash. My current theory was that I thought Jimmy might have been the one to, I don't know. We still don't know the full story of why the crash happened, but it was definitely on purpose. And right now, I kind of assumed it was Jimmy, but he did something to Curly to blame it on him. But I'm not sure because the company got shut down, right? Oh, we had the mocktail earlier as... Okay, so we probably are Curly. 4517. Oh, I can't interact with it? Bullshit. It's probably in the cockpit, huh? Anya? A reading from the computer detected abnormal asteroid trajectories along the route. Course corrections might be required during transit. Oh, for fuck's sake. Where is it? Us being let go isn't a reason to hurt yourself. Anya, as our nurse, you never got psych evals. I should have thought of that. You could have come to me if you were feeling stressed. What would you have done? Anything. Anything. You, the crew, are all my responsibility. I told you so over and over, yeah? I'm not going to hurt myself. You know the gun is in the safety case that I can't even open, but I hid the case itself. Tell me where it is. None of this has to be on our performance log. We'll figure it out together. I'm pregnant. You're... what? Who would you... Captain? I told you. Listen to me. We can fix this. I've known him for a long time. I'll talk to him. I know you'd never give me the gun to protect myself, so the least I can do is make sure he never gets it either. Remember Anya's questions about the locks? She said something about the medical cabinet, right? The medical and something else. She said, why are they locked? And Curly said for safety, right? She's pregnant? Their suites don't have locks? Oh, she said, why do our rooms not have locks? That's fucked up. So who what? I'm assuming Jimmy, right? Jimmy and her kind of seemed like they were like playfully, or Jimmy was like playfully flirting with her at one point, right? Not like this. Or like making her job harder, yeah, and like giving her bullshit answers on the evaluation, right? And then Curly ended up doing it. The bleeding won't stop. Just try to stay still, Daisuke. I need a second to think. We can fix this. Hey, kid, you hear me? Daisuke? Hey, stop! Don't move! It's alright, Daisuke. Calm down. This line of work could never have become like miserable old Swansea. What a tragedy. Decades of hauling ass for the Pony Express. Big mighty bruiser with all his shiny tools. This is where it got me. The good life, huh? I thought you were dumber than a can of paint. Always just chewing my ear off about something. Useless ray of goddamn sunshine. Not an A student, career workhorse, or force of ambition. Just a damn good kid trying his best. You could have taught an old fool like me a lot. Close your eyes, Daisuke. Damn, it's crazy how the audio got all distorted there at the end, too. What exactly happened to him, I wonder? Are we gonna find out? Because he got up there and said, Anya, what did you do, right? Jimmy says, You monster. I could have fixed him, Swansea. I have to do everything myself. Why can't any of you just give me some time to fucking think? How do you still not understand? It's over. End of the fucking line. He won't suffer one more second because of your delusions. Unbelievable. Stop pretending. I know all about your plan, Swansea. I went to utility. I saw what you've been hiding down there. Sneaking around with that axe, telling Anya who knows what. And now this? You're making sure you're the one who gets inside that cryopod. I sure did talk to Anya. But it was her telling me all sorts of things instead, wasn't it? Shouldn't a captain go down with his ship? Not that it matters anymore. I ain't got no place to be. I got everything I could ever want right here on this ship. So go ahead and get in that pod. If you ever get found, you can tell them whatever fucking story you want. You've earned it. Get the gun. Damn. Yeah, playfully flirting before the crash, and then once he became captain, demeaning her skills at every point he could. Oh, is this what he came up from and saw? Oh, she took all the pills. No. He's still alive? She took all the pills herself. Poor Anya. My Shayla. I can't look at this blood anymore. So what exactly happened in the vent to him? I guess like it like fell apart and like fucking broke his spine or some shit. I don't know. Yeah, I imagine, because they said the vent was like unstable and falling apart, so I imagine he was like crawling through the vent and the fucking thing like snapped like that. The vent pieces fell apart and maybe like crushed his spine. I don't know. Yeah, he's still, yeah, fucking Curly is still alive, having to watch all of this in front of him. Dude, imagine, oh my god, imagine if Jimmy is the one that actually crashed the ship and blamed all of this on Curly, and Curly's just been forced to stay alive watching his crew just all fall apart like this. Meanwhile, Jimmy's the fucking main villain. Oh, man. I imagine that's where the story's going, because, like, poor fucking Curly, man. Fell between his shoulder blade and he was losing too much blood. They did say that the vent almost screwed Anya before. Wait, what do you mean? Almost screwed Anya before? Like, what exactly happened is what I was wondering. I know the vent was unstable. I was just curious, like... what exactly happened to him in the vent. He's like, yeah, he was like losing a lot of blood. You can see the blood trail. I don't know. I don't think we know exactly what. Yeah, it's just kind of up in the air. We can't. Jimmy got no comments for Anya. Was I got a fucking code? Where the fuck do we find the code? Six, 7. Where the fuck do we find the... Where'd that guy go? Maybe captain's quarters? Cockpit? Kaka? Oh, the pipe and rope is still here, huh? So that whole scene hasn't happened yet. Oh, is this the gun case? 739. That's got to be it, right? Yeah, it's a 3-digit code as well. Where'd Swansea go, though? Bro dipped. Fuck, what was the password, chat? What was it, 679? I completely spaced. God damn it. Please don't tell me I gotta go back down there. Oh my fucking god. What was it? Oh my god, there's no way. Oh, fuck. God damn it, Max. I don't know where the hell Swansea went. Bro fucking... Dip. 739. 739. 739. 739. Someone type that in chat. 739. 739. 739. 739. Thank you. Danka. Bro, I gotta pee so bad. De nada. Alright. 739. Bingo. Oh, it's a revolver too. That's my favorite, chat. Not yet. I guess Anya was right. Wait, right about what? Can't interact with him at all. Oh. She hid the gun earlier? Oh, he never found it, huh? This is where she hid it? Jimmy! Zero days before the crash, so this is on the day of the crash. I imagine we're playing as Curly now. Oh, this is where she hid it? I told him. Anya, you shouldn't have waited for me. What did he say? Nothing that makes any difference. Did he seem angry? Where did he go? He just walked away. Curly, I don't want him in here anymore. Hold on. Fuck. Just wait. I need to find him. Everything's going to be okay. Yeah, he totally... Jimmy totally did it. Curly found out that Jimmy sexually assaulted her and did whatever to Curly. I don't know how the fuck he ended up like that, but he was the one that crashed the ship for sure, trying to get out of it. I need to go to the cockpit. Oh, shit. Right to hide it, I assume Curly did end up finding it and put it where it was supposed to be. Oh, there he is. Jim, I can fix this. What do you think will happen when we get back? We can figure out all of this. You and me. Take care of me, it said. All I ever hear is how great of a leader you are. God, it's so annoying. But now? What do you think will happen now when we get back? We will fix this, together. Everything you and I worked for, our lives, accomplishments, changes, none of it will matter. And he's still pissed off about the company ending. Oh my god. You've gotten through difficult situations before. This time won't be any different. Work through it, one day at a time. It's not just me, is it? You were supposed to be the one who had everything under control. You said so yourself. The ship, this crew, everything that happened here. This was your responsibility, Captain. That is what you'll be hearing for the rest of your life. Take responsibility. Or this can all be remembered as a tragedy. Despite what must have been the best efforts of its acclaimed captain, the Tulpar crew was never found. No one survived to tell the tale. Take responsibility. Oh, we can finally get to see what Curly looks like. Look. Jimmy says, you're standing at the top. Feet in cement. I get it now. Right? Right. Take care. I'll take care of it. Tell me you didn't. I should have. I didn't. What the fuck did you do? Ah, okay. So Jimmy was out in the hall and he went into the cockpit, and that's how he ended up like that? 1 hour before judgment. Oh, where's Anya? Oh, fuck. What the fuck? Bruh. Look at fucking, what's his name? Sanzi has a fucking bullet shot through his head there, too. So we know Jimmy shot him, I guess. Woohoo! Happy birthday, Captain! This rocks! Hear, hear. To Captain Jimbo. Come on! You have to give a speech. Go on, have at it. You better make it good. Hell yeah! Our captain, Captain Jimmy! And the cake is fucking curly. Knife, get the job done. A lot of people struggle to put food on their plates, but that wasn't enough, right, Captain? The lowest rung of your ladder is our highest, until it was all swept from under your feet. Life isn't even worth living at the same level as us. But I forgive you. All of us do. I won't give up on you, even like this. I believe in you. We're going to make it through this. Sometimes we thrive, travel the endless reaches of space. But other times, we just have to accept days like these. You taught me that, Curly. Let's eat. Let's survive. Was the mystery item that was in Jimmy's take responsibility? Was the mystery item that was in Jimmy's inventory when Swansea was breaking through the cockpit glass? Was that the gun, I imagine now at this point? That's where he shot him. Yep, okay. I was wondering what the fuck that was. Wait, what is this? Medical room? Okay. Oh shit. Can we see what that says now? Where the fuck are my keys? Notice it's like a hanging goose too. It's straight up a noose. The keys, I noticed that earlier, it was like hanging from the keychain, but now it's like a straight up noose. Silent Hill style. Damn, these vents are huge. That's a cryopod door. The game pieces, Campbell's. Yo, what? What the hell is behind that? It's bro's face. What the fuck? What the fuck? What is that? Yo, my bad. Oh, this is a weird puzzle. That was kind of an interesting little puzzle. Whoa. Okay, this is crazy looking. What the fuck? What the hell? Crazy. Oh, they're all axes. Monka. Monka W. It's that flower again. We keep seeing that flower. That's come up a couple different times. Hey, yo, what the fuck? I don't want to do it. Damn. Now we're at a cemetery. Remember there was that thing earlier. Beloved friend, I remember you, so you are eternal. Judgment Day, question mark? What the fuck was that? No! Bro, it is Silent Hill. What the fuck? This is that one boss fight. Bro! The cold dude. Yeah. You know what I'm talking about. Bro, why do they make this AI smart? What is that? Oh, he's bleeding now. Wait, it's actually a boss fight. This is crazy. Wait, we can follow the blood. We're actually a fucking monster, dude. Wait, did he hit me? Oh, never mind. I think we beat it. I have something to say. So shut the fuck up and listen. Jazz? I spent 13 years half cut up to my eyeballs. Drunk, to put it mildly. And suddenly, I saw it. A streetlight shining in my face. Oh, he did say he was like, he said he was like 15 years sober or something like that, right? And suddenly I saw it, a streetlight shining in my face. 500 gigawatts of the power of God. A vision of my bloated body found in some ditch. Scared me straight. So I got a collar shirt, mortgage, a credit card, all the things that make a good man. I hoped I could raise my children to be better than their old man. I wanted to believe I was never one setback away from my worst self. But the truth is, discipline, drive, routine, the endless fucking desperation to get shit done. A loving wife, great kids, sobriety, I'm telling you, accomplishments I'd been chasing all my life, never felt as good as I expected when I crossed the finish line. So now that we're at the end, taking inventory, those nights spinning out of my head, sinking into the sofa, broken glass in my palms, bleeding dry, the funniest shit ever. Old dogs laughing and snarling on a waterbed floor, mocking the moon for daring to show its face. All nausea and wreckage and vomit and ugly cruelty. The only problem in the world, an empty bottle. Those were the best days of my life. Yeah, those were the best days of my life. I got nothing to hide, ready to face the music. I can see myself for what I am. But you, a cowardly, selfish motherfucker, and you can't even see it. I should have been able to protect the kid. If I could have done one thing right, I wish I had been able to give him one small chance off this goddamn rock. Swansea, I'm going to fix everything. We're going to make it. Fuck you. Damn. Take responsibility. Yeah, all the characters in this game were pretty fucking damn well written. In different ways, for sure. Like, they all feel like real people. There's the gun on the ground, smoking barrel and all. Damn. God, I hate the fact, I don't know if I've ever talked to Stream about it. I know I've talked to my brother and close friends about it, but I hate how dystopian futures in fiction are so much more relatable than utopian fiction. Like, you never, how many times do you see fiction where it's about a utopia? Like, there's a lot of fiction about reaching a utopia because that's like a common like human trope of like wanting to create a utopia and wanting to create a better future for yourself and all of humanity, right? There's a lot of fiction about wanting to create a utopia through different means, sure, but like there's usually never fiction that like takes place within a utopia unless something goes wrong or something like that, right? Whereas, I mean, it's probably just because it'd be a boring story, right? But oh my god, the amount of fiction out there that is just fucking pure dystopian hell just because like that's much more relatable in our lives than fucking any kind of utopia. It's sad. Cannot even name a utopia media, to be honest. Cooked. Nothing in our inventory. Nothing in the noggin. Okay, this geometry does not make sense here for the map. We're going in circles. What the fuck? Whenever I see a story that's set in a utopia, the plot's usually, there's something deeply wrong with this. Yeah, exactly. Curly is watching. That's why I love Saber from Fate. The reason I love Fate and Saber so much is because like there's that constant trying to reach for the impossible utopia, right? This is crazy looking. What the fuck? Grant us eyes. Cause, or some say, cosm. We are inside of bro's throat now. We are the pills going down his throat. Is that what this is? We are mouthwashing. Time to mouthwash, Curly. The fuck? Wait, we were. Called it. Where's his eye? Bro's eye is gone, chat. Being shitted out, surely? That's a crazy shot. Look at that. What was the, what's that movie? Something Jewels with, oh my gosh, I'm spacing out on so much of that. That movie literally, starts off, like, inside of a body during a colonoscopy. Oh my god. Anyone know what movie I'm talking about? Something Jewels, I think. Oh, not over there. Oh, it's the TV. Oh, there he is. What is bro watching? The only one who wins in the end. The fat pig capitalist monarch. Look at that. What the fuck? They're just taunting us. Uncut Gems. Yes, that's the name of it, Kezuke. Thank you. It's gonna drive me crazy. Curly? Why has he got a bunch of valves on him?
'Tis old Mother Goose's birthday. We're giving her a party. A party, a party, a party for Mother Goose.
The baker man, he served the cake. It was a sight to see.
Take Curly's leg? That shit raw. Curly's legs, someday he'll thank me? What? Oh, look, it's going down his throat. Oh, he's choking! Ain't no way we still have to feed him this shit. Oh my god. This game making us do... This game really wants to drive home the fact that we are the bad guy. We are the monster. You are choosing to progress this game. One more time? Genius Society member gameplay? This shit, some shit fucking... It's like some fucking Japanese experiments during World War II, dude. They did some really fucked up shit. They like straight up cut off the arms of people just to see like how they'd react, like just for the fuck of it. I forgot what those, what exactly that shit was called. I'm gonna look it up. Unit 731. The Biological and Chemical Warfare Research Program. Yeah, that shit's fucked. Yeah. That'd be it. Fucking man-made horrors beyond human comprehension. Straight up. Do we have to keep doing it? We were talking about that earlier in the Hoyle leaks earlier, funny enough. That's crazy. Bro, what? Surely we have to... Oh, what? Oh, it's a whole puzzle. What the fuck? Oh, what? Oh, whoops. Disturbing ass puzzle from hell. Telling me. God damn it. Yo, none of this shit makes sense. What? There we go. Gotta do the bottom right one now. Which one's the bottom right? What? There's no bottom right one. Almost, I think. Maybe. Twist his balls. Oh, this is it. The music changed. There you go, Curly. Help me. Is that me? Jimmy! Oh, what the fuck? I'm moving him. What the fuck? Curly! He's on fire! In space, no less. I want to go home. We are home. Why don't you finish what you started? Don't worry if anyone ever finds us. I'll still be playing the villain. You'll be the better man in the end, just like you wanted. I could have stopped it. I'm taking responsibility. No, we can both be heroes. We're a team, just you and me, like we used to be. What happened was an accident. We were trapped. I made a mistake, all right? I'm sorry. I'm so fucking sorry, Curly. Take responsibility. Are those eyeballs on the side? It's like the fucking, what's that thing from Berserk called? The little fucking egg thing? Jimmy's fantasizing about forgiveness and says it was an accident. What a tool. Crazy. Oh no. Is this what I think it is? What's up, Brent? You survived Microsoft layoffs. Let's go. Oh, is that a fucking horse? Ain't no way that's a horse, bro. What the fuck? Oh, whoa! All clean. Hope this hurts. Really gets rid of that bad taste in your mouth, huh? I hope this hurts. Through wreckage. I hope this hurts. Through silence. I hope this hurts. Wash it away. I hope this hurts. All day, fire fresh. I hope this hurts. Bro, what the fuck did I just witness with that shit? Oh. What the fuck is that? Oh, whoa, bro! That shit not natural. I have no idea where I'm supposed to be going, bro. No! Fuck! Oh, was I supposed to die to it at some point, I guess? Oh no. Not me crewmates. Oh, we're standing. I was like, what the fuck is that noise? We're crawling through bottles of that mouthwash right now. Yo, look at him go. Big mouthwash. You. What? Hey, boss. Pony Express is dead, and so are you. Sorry. Shut up. Curly tried his best. I did too, but he's the better man. I see that now. We can both still make it. I'll take care of him. I'm taking responsibility. Curly, Captain, I'm so sorry. Yes. Yes, 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 I do. I fucked up, but I can still make this right. Our worst moments don't make us... Why are you still so concerned with him? 0 days before judgment. Issued to captains if there's unrest among the crew, you see that? Get him, Polly. He sees the Curly thing as what makes him a monster and not the Anya thing. Yeah, that's why I was kind of... They really just left that as like a little detail in. If there's not much more of it, I wouldn't be surprised if that went over a lot of people's heads. Fuck's that noise? Is it raining? Bro, I have to pee. Don't do this. Go home. Curly, stop looking at me like that. Oh, we're gonna put him in the cryopod? Oh, now we're on Curly's POV. It's okay, Curly. You're going to be okay. You always had my back. I ended up hurting you even though I was trying to save us. But now, at least you'll survive. It's like you said, together, we can fix anything. I'm just proud I got to be your friend and co-pilot, Captain. No one can hurt you now. We fixed it. I fixed it. Oh. Bro killed himself. So in the end, he chooses not to take responsibility, yeah. Jesus. Wrong organ, Jeffrey Tomek. These are the devs. Achievement unlocked. Go home. Finish mouthwashing. Are there multiple endings to this? Nope. What the fuck? Huh. I don't know how much I like that. what was like I guess it was just in the mind of a sociopath, I guess. The POV switching was kind of interesting, but once I like kind of figured out like what exactly was happening, man was a narcissist. Yeah, I don't know. Like, what was the what do y'all think? Like if there was a message, what do y'all think it was? Or was it just trying to tell the story from the POV of a narcissist? People are sickos even in space. Yeah, I don't know. I definitely like the world building stuff. I think that's the most I got out of the game for sure, was I enjoyed the world building and some of the character stories when you got their backstories. I definitely enjoyed that dialogue and writing there. The overall story, though, I'm not sure I was like a huge fan of. Anya mentioned that she always focused on the dead pixel on the screen, while Curly said he always looks at the big picture. Yeah, I did enjoy that. There was some really good dialogue for sure. The friends will defend each other, even when one of them is a piece of shit, is very realistic. Oh yeah. I mean, yeah, for sure. Are you like the bro code that is fucking upheld among dudes? Absolutely. The dead pixel might have been an allegory for Jimmy, and Curly saw past it. Oh, I like that. Does it just close the game? Oh my god, it does. It just closes the fucking game. Wild. Huh. All right, well, I gotta pee, but I'm going to pull up the videos. So stay tuned for that, chat. We got a couple videos we're gonna watch. Ugh. I don't think there was a might, it was just Jimmy, always has been. Yeah, it was just, unless it's like explicitly stated, technically it's like an interpretation. So I see what Yams was saying. Yeah, definitely. Like it fits it so perfectly. Like it was definitely Jimmy for sure. All right. So the videos I have are how mouthwashing perfected psychological horror, which I don't think we're gonna watch these first two, because how mouthwashing perfected psychological horror is an hour and 45 minutes long. Then they have mouthwashing, a fandom autopsy, the worst fandom ever. This is something I had heard about the game. Because like it was a big controversy, I remember, when this game came out last year. I remember one of the devs coming out on Twitter and saying that they were so disgusted and disappointed that like Asmongold's community got their hands on it, because they were like sexualizing one of the characters, right? That obviously now I know in hindsight that it was a character that had gone through sexual assault, which is like disgusting to do. The fandom sucks so bad. I don't think it's an autopsy worth, but it's a mess for sure. Fandom autopsy. That's an hour long. This horror game hates you. Mouthwashing and analysis. 37 minutes. So we're probably gonna start from here and go down though. There are worse fandoms, to be honest. Probably. They sexualize Anya and glaze Curly. That's crazy. Or say Anya like Jimmy. But yeah, I don't know if we want to watch this first one or not, because some of the other ones are kind of long too. But the three I definitely wanted to watch though were what Silent Hill 2 and Mouthwashing can teach us about abuse. Because these three games right here cover a lot of the games we've played in the past month. And if you're just watching on the YouTube VOD, in the last month we played Me-Side. This one's about Mouthwashing and Me-Side. This one is about Silent Hill 2 and Mouthwashing. And then this one covers Signalis. No, I'm Not a Human. I don't know what that game is, but Mouthwashing, Signalis, and No, I'm Not a Human. And I've played at least those three games. I'm not sure what this one is on the side. It's all coming together, the perfect combo of games, yeah. So should we watch this one? What do y'all think? Or should we just go into the blended games? Because I think that these longer ones I'm gonna watch in my own time. You say yay? The ones that are over an hour long, I'll probably watch in my own time for sure. Maybe start with the solo one? Okay, yeah, we'll do that then. Alright, but first, I'm gonna go pee because I really have to. Alright. Alright, we are back. I got some Pocky. And we're gonna watch these videos. Also, I wanted to say, I hope no one like thinks that I dislike the game in any way with me saying like I wasn't a huge fan of the narrative. It was a neat game. I really enjoyed it, and I think it's a artistic style and dialogue were definitely the highlights of the game for me. And like the world building, the dialogue, and the artistic style, I enjoyed a lot. I think its overarching story and just ending on, because I'm a big sucker for writing when it comes to trying to relay a message to its audience. And when the credits started rolling, I was just thinking, what was the message? Like, it didn't really come across as like too apparent to me. So I'm excited to dive into these video essays here though, and try to see what other people's interpretations of it though. But yeah, the highlights for me were definitely the world building. The dialogue was really good. Every character felt real, right? And the artistic style and like some of the psychological some of the different like psychological like horror effects, the different things like hallways converging and whatever the fuck that shit was super creepy when we were doing the whatever the fucking thing is called, the stethoscope. That's not what it's called, but the monitor thing on the giant egg with the eyeballs and the sack and it fucking opening up and the giant fucking weird ass horse centipede monster coming out of it. That shit was crazy looking. The Uma monster. You might just get an answer here then. All right, let's hop into it. So this video is called "This Horror Game Hates You: Mouthwashing Analysis," and as always, when this goes up on my YouTube VOD channel, all of these videos we watch will be in the description below. Definitely go give the creators a like on the video if you can. But Pocky time.
This is one of the most disturbing scenes in modern gaming. It's the defeated, deranged laugh of a captain who realized his closest friend is a monster, and that he can't do anything to stop him. It also serves as the same moment where the player realizes that there is something very wrong with the character they're playing as.
Can I get a cat dance?
Like and subscribe.
This kind of looks like Ava Unit 1. Oh my god, it is Evangelion. Mouthwashing is a game about subtext. Subtext is defined as the underlying theme or meaning in a story. Typically, you've got the surface level reading. Then when you take apart instances of symbolism and closely examine details, you end up finding the deeper message a creator is trying to say. The subtext is not meant to be explicitly revealed, but more so gradually developed over the course of a story, and it's up to the audience to figure it out after the ending. And one of the best ways to add subtext to a story is through an unreliable narrator. There is no way to understand the overall meaning of mouthwashing without subtext, because us playing through Jimmy's perspective already implies that our perspective on the events is going to be distorted, especially considering how we eventually discover Jimmy's refusal to acknowledge the reality of the horrible things he's done.
That's what that fucking centipede monster was. I know you guys kept saying it was Uma, and I was like, what? I don't see it. It just looks like a distorted fucking centipede to me.
Overall meaning of mouthwashing without subtext. Because us playing through Jimmy's perspective already implies that our perspective on the events is going to be distorted. Especially considering how we eventually discover
That's what that centipede monster was. I was like looking at it, I was like, I don't see a horse, dude.
Jimmy's refusal to acknowledge the reality of the horrible things he's done. So the creators intended to create a story that tricks you into believing the basic horror plot of a trapped in space game. But then they slowly deconstruct everything you assumed you knew through the usage of Jimmy, the unreliable narrator who is the true antagonist of the game. Then that means the surface level perception of what happened on the Pony Express is likely what the rescuers are going to deduce, unless frozen beef jerky over here is able to say anything besides.
Frozen beef jerky.
There's also the truth of what happened, which we as the player have to figure out ourselves, without completely trusting Jimmy's perspective. What's interesting is how the developers cleverly mirrored this contrast of perception by making each character represent a stereotype we typically see in fiction, and then revealing sides to the crew which make them far more complex than we originally thought. In the earlier part of the game, we naturally assume Mouthwashing has the cast of Curly, the responsible captain who might have gone crazy and crashed the ship, Swansea, the uncooperative, cranky drunk, Anya, the almost annoyingly timid girl who's for some reason useless at her job, Daisuke, the clumsy, naive idiot who's also useless at his job, and Jimmy, the man who reluctantly stepped up as leader and is our main protagonist. By the end, we horrifyingly realized that we were completely led astray by the narrative, and that Jimmy was the monster on board all along. Not in the typical scary creature way, but in an unfortunate, realistic, and human way. He's a manipulative, selfish, and jealous man who will delude himself into not taking any genuine accountability for the atrocities he committed against everyone else on the ship. As for the others, Curly was too nice of a leader for his own good, whose honesty and inability to be harsh towards his old friend Jimmy led to the tragedy of the story. Swansea struggled with alcoholism, and seemed to be the villain in the beginning, but ended up being a red herring, since he still had good morals and a sense of responsibility for Daisuke, a kid who resented his own clumsiness and was trying to appease his mother who had higher expectations of him. And finally, Anya, the victim of not only mischaracterization from the audience, but also a victim of the situation she was trapped in. Her seeming uselessness in carrying out her job as a nurse wasn't just to force the player through a gross audio sequence.
Girl, I don't blame
But
you
it
with the
actually stemmed from the traumatic experience she suffered at the hands of Jimmy. Taking this all into consideration, let's look at the true hidden narrative.
I didn't even think of that. That's why she didn't want to be in the room when it happened.
Mouthwashing. And how the dynamic between characters forces us to confront the question of, do our worst actions define us? An idea that Anya disagrees with in order to cope with what Jimmy did to her, choosing to hope that he has some redeemable qualities, and a line Jimmy ironically repeats near the end of the game when he deflects any authentic accountability. And before we begin, I just have one quick message for the crowd that's gonna say it's not that deep. Understanding the subtext of Anya's character is essential to figuring out what happened on the Pony Express. Right off the bat, Anya comes off as jumpy or awkward. She stumbles on her words while talking to Jimmy, asking us to give Curly
Let's see if there's subtitles on this.
painkillers because she can't handle the noise. Jimmy demeans her by asking if she truly made it through nursing school, and insults her by suggesting she isn't worth her title. She gets tense, and she tells him to ignore her request, but Jimmy begrudgingly agrees to give Curly the pills. The following flashback scene shows Anya expressing discomfort with performing Jimmy's psychological evaluation. She remarks how Jimmy doesn't take the examination seriously, joking about being attracted to cartoon horses to mess with her. Curly, the captain at the time, offers to help her out. Already we can see a clear difference between Curly and Jimmy's attitude towards Anya. But we can still give Jimmy the benefit of the doubt, since he's obviously stressed with the new role he had to take as captain. Another scene shows Anya being unable to sleep and looking at the digital night sky to comfort herself. She asks how many days of transport the crew has left, and Curly replies 237 days, and Anya cuts him off, automatically calculating it to 8 months. She then immediately asks, why does the company put a lock on the medical room door, but not in the sleeping quarters? Curly replies, with an ominous flash on screen, safety. One of the most important scenes with Anya is the one that takes place in the past, where she reveals she's pregnant to Curly. He asks who, and she tells him, I already told you. Curly asks why she hid the gun case, and Anya says that she knew Curly wouldn't give it to her to protect herself, but she at least wants to make sure he can't use it either. If you take any of these scenes on their own, they can
And
be
bro
interpreted
ends
in
up
different
getting it
ways.
anyway. That's
When
crazy.
you put them together, they paint a very disturbing picture. Anya knows she will give birth on the ship within 8 months. There's no hiding that fact. The danger she oddly expresses isn't one of the obvious health risks, but that she's fearful of the father of the baby attempting to off her or threaten her. We can deduce Jimmy's the one she's scared of, since Curly says he's known him for a long time and would talk to him about it. Yet it doesn't make any sense why Anya would immediately assume Jimmy would go that far. I mean, yes, they're all going to be out of a job after they land, but avoiding financial responsibility to just end up with a life in prison seems a bit counterintuitive. However, the one way it would make sense is if the possibility of incarceration is inevitable. If the baby is evidence of another crime, then it would make sense why Anya would want to hide the gun. A later conversation between Jimmy and Curly has Jimmy
But that say,
insinuating
because
that
I
Curly's
remember in that scene Anya looking away when Jimmy came in.
If the baby is evidence of another crime, then it would make sense why Anya.
Oh, okay. This is when she was telling Swansea about the baby.
Would want to hide the gun. A later conversation between Jimmy and Curly has Jimmy insinuating that Curly's reputation as a good captain will be ruined if what happened to Anya comes to light. Which, if it was a simple case of an accidental baby rather than a forced impregnation, which occurred under Curly's watch, wouldn't make sense as a threat. We'll examine that conversation a bit more later. Lastly, a significant detail to consider is how Anya chose to ask Curly why the sleeping quarters weren't locked, after realizing she's going to give birth on the ship. This suggests that she wouldn't have gotten pregnant if the crew had separate locked rooms, thus alluding to a non-consensual encounter. Otherwise, the line seems a little out of place considering what the conversation was originally about. Ultimately, we can argue Jimmy did something irredeemable to Anya. In that case, the way she acts towards Jimmy during the rest of the game's scenes can be recontextualized, outside of the distorted lens of Jimmy's eyes. If we take everything at face value, Anya comes off as useless at her job and annoyingly skittish. I mean, she can't even give Curly his meds, and the responsibility gets thrown onto Jimmy. Yet the idea of Anya being unintelligent or incapable at her role as a nurse doesn't hold up, because she has kept Curly, a severe burn patient, alive for months, despite the ship only having a first aid kit and a couple of pain medications. Any other person would likely get an infection in those circumstances, but Anya was perfectly capable of switching Curly's wet bandages repeatedly without any queasiness. So what gives? Even though Anya is a trained nurse, it's the sound of Curly gagging on his medication which makes her nauseous. Considering everything, maybe what's bothering her is that she's aware the pills are being forced down Curly's throat in a painful way. When someone undergoes something as traumatizing as SA, no matter how mentally strong they are, there will be specific things that trigger their mind to relive the exact moment they were abused. A gagging noise and physically forcing an object down someone's throat, especially Curly, who we know Anya saw as a reliable, trustworthy person, would unfortunately be a very extreme trigger. If each character had been simplified to their most basic traits, a surface-level story would make Jimmy and Anya serve as a comedic gag, playing it off as, oh look, we have the nervous nurse and the creepy flirt. But now, the scene where Anya talks about how Jimmy jokes about his furry fetish when she's just trying to do her job comes off as less of a simple, obnoxious joke and more of a chance to get under her skin and make her uncomfortable. After all, she's the only woman on the ship, and even if she felt perfectly safe before, she's now stuck with a coworker who makes very inappropriate jokes towards her specifically. It would make sense why she finds it unnerving and why she jumps at the chance to have Curly perform the one-on-one psych evals from then on. The issue with a superficial reading of the narrative is that it lacks the nuance of how Jimmy never had respect for Anya performing her job. So naturally, our perspective of her throughout the game will reflect this bias. When Anya visibly recoils whenever Jimmy shows up and avoids looking him directly in the eye, it seems unwarranted at first, until you realize that she's scared of what Jimmy might do to her now that he's acting captain. Ultimately, Anya's dynamic with Jimmy serves to showcase his depravity, as we later see how Jimmy cowardly avoids seeing himself as a perpetrator and instead sees himself as a misunderstood victim. Jimmy's entire character is based around him avoiding responsibility for his actions. It's repeatedly shown throughout the rest of the plot, so I don't think it's a stretch that he'd still act distasteful in his encounters with Anya after Curly is gone. Speaking of Curly, his reaction when Anya asks for his help reveals yet another example of nuanced characterization. If Jimmy is the abuser and Anya is the victim, then Curly is the enabler. Granted, he did what he thought was right given the unprecedented situation. He knew they would be stuck on the freight ship for another 8 months, so his goal naturally should have been to ensure Anya's safety and supervise Jimmy. However, instead of objectively assessing whether Jimmy still posed a danger to Anya, Curly prioritized Jimmy's feelings over Anya's clear call for help. Some argue that Curly did his best by avoiding actions that might antagonize Jimmy and provoke further hostility. Yet this reasoning has 2 major issues. Number 1, there was no need for a keeping the peace approach that required Anya to endure seeing her assailant every day. When Anya revealed her pregnancy, all the cryopods were still operational. A competent captain would recognize that Jimmy's assault indicated he was a dangerous person on the ship. A competent captain would judge that keeping Jimmy conscious to perform his tasks as co-pilot poses a way larger risk to the crew than simply having him frozen for the remaining 8 months. Number 2, Curly's close friendship with Jimmy made him more sympathetic toward and trusting of Jimmy's character. Instead of reprimanding Jimmy for his inappropriate behavior towards Anya early on, Curly chose to bend the rules and conduct Jimmy's psych evals himself. This decision allowed signs of Jimmy's ill intent towards Anya to be swept under the rug. There's even a suggestion that Anya had confided in Curly about what happened with Jimmy before the pregnancy was revealed. But Curly either ignored her concerns or didn't take them as seriously as he should have. This isn't to say that Curly didn't care about Anya's well-being, but rather his bias clouded his judgment and led him to disregard her traumatic experience, forcing her to endure something that, according to any standard workplace protocol, could have been avoided. But Curly has one fatal flaw, a flaw which doomed the entire crew from the beginning and directly contributed to Jimmy's downfall to utter insanity. Curly is the good leader. He wants to remain in everyone's good graces, and he especially feels responsible for Jimmy, his longtime friend and screw-up that couldn't get the job on the ship without Curly's recommendation. One example of Curly making the wrong call and misjudging his subordinates' personalities is when he tells the crew how Pony Express is going to fire them all after this last shipment. Whether or not Curly revealed this because he expected the reactions to be mild, or his intention was to give everyone a chance to psychologically prepare, does not matter, because the company explicitly ordered him to wait to disclose the bad news when the ship was much closer to its destination. The purpose of that order was clear. It was meant to avoid any chances of confrontation or increased tension among the crew before they returned home safely. But Curly can't bring himself to hide anything from the crew. He's an honest person. Ani freaks out and Swansea is disappointed, yet oddly enough, the person who has the most angry reaction is Jimmy, who doesn't extend his dear friend Curly the courtesy of keeping their previous conversations a secret from the rest of the crew. And why was the conversation able to be used against Curly? Because he was too honest with Jimmy. The issue with Curly's all-too-trusting nature and the good of others is that he can't recognize hidden resentment even when it's thrown in his face. It's why Jimmy is able to become privy to Curly's innermost thoughts, fueling his jealousy of Curly's position and leading to the outbursts he has when he's fired. When the two of them were sitting in the ship the day prior, Curly performed Jimmy's psych evaluation. He asks how Jimmy was doing off the record, and then reveals how he didn't expect Jimmy would enjoy the freighter ship job considering how he struggled back on Earth. Jimmy responds by saying how it's kind of annoying all he ever hears is how Curly's a great leader, which seems like an innocent complaint until what happens next. When Jimmy points out how Curly seems off lately, Curly reveals his dissatisfaction with his current position. He knows he's good at what he does, but the thought of spending the rest of his life as a captain is terrifying. But he can't.
God, they all had all the characters, like, dialogue or, like, backstories were so good that I'd say, like, every character had, like, a moment, right? This was it for Curly, is for sure. I love this moment with Curly.
Can't decide whether he wants to risk it all and start over at another calling, even if he ends up being bad at it. Jimmy brings up an analogy of ladders, saying that despite how Curly reached the top of his ladder, he's worried he didn't climb the right ladder in the first place. The problem is that Jimmy then proceeds to give a passive-aggressive jab. See, if Jimmy wasn't Curly's friend, if he was a new recruit who brings up this analogy to show he understands
Look at all the
Curly's
ladders.
feeling, only to immediately draw a comparison to his own much lower position in life, it would set off some red flags. Combined with the complaint earlier about how Jimmy always hears praise for Curly, it wouldn't be a far-fetched assumption that Jimmy's fixation on comparison is coming from a place of unsaid resentment. Curly doesn't pick up on this, and instead tells Jimmy that he believes in him, which, knowing Curly, was likely meant to be genuine encouragement, but in the eyes of Jimmy, would have came off as patronizing, since Curly literally just spent 5 minutes talking about how he wants to reach higher in life. In a much later scene taking place in Jimmy's psyche, his insecurity and bitterness towards Curly is on full display as he says, "A lot of people struggle with putting food on the table, but that wasn't enough, right, Captain? The lowest rung in your ladder is our highest. Life isn't even worth living on the same level as the rest of us." Due to Jimmy's deep envy towards Curly's life, any heartfelt advice Curly gives him inadvertently comes off as hypocritical. Likewise, any talk of Curly's ambition comes across as an insult to Jimmy, who is struggling just to survive. In his mind, Curly is implying life on Jimmy's inferior level is not worth living. The earlier conversation only helped fuel Jimmy's feelings of inadequacy, given that Curly voiced his own dissatisfaction despite being in a position that Jimmy could only aspire to reach. This misunderstanding is a direct result of Jimmy's warped view of others. Even well-meaning words can exacerbate feelings of inferiority, which is why the idea of Curly's future attempts at trying to talk to Jimmy and fix things is a pointless endeavor. So it's not a surprise that Jimmy exposes Curly's feelings to the entire crew at the worst possible moment in order to frame Curly as a villain. Jimmy accuses Curly of getting what he wanted without the guilt of abandoning his crew through the corporation's decision to let everyone go. Jimmy pettily uses Curly's words against him, saying he'll be okay because he can just go back to his struggle of a life, showing how the comment got under his skin. The fact is that Jimmy is aware that Curly is too kind to be selfish and abandon his crew. yet in the same breath accuses him of being glad about the situation since he gets to remain the model captain. Curly defends himself by saying he never wanted this to happen, and he reiterates the same point he made the night before, about how he just doesn't want his life to feel like something he's trapped in. Jimmy scoffs at what he perceives as hypocrisy. To him, Curly's struggle sounds like self-pity from a man who still managed to find a way out. For Jimmy, it isn't about what Curly wants, but what he appears to have, a chance at a better life, even if it's one that feels compromised or unearned. Curly is not to blame for the situation in the slightest. He wasn't the one who fired the crew, it was upper management. Jimmy's aware of that, but he purposefully chooses to antagonize Curly in front of everyone else like he already has within his own mind. Ultimately, by accusing Curly of wanting to leave the dirt behind now that his boots are clean, Jimmy is doing more than condemning his friend. He is seeking to validate his own stagnation. Jimmy cannot fathom the idea of someone simply striving for more in life without looking down on others, since Jimmy himself is constantly comparing himself to others due to his inferiority complex. Now that he's about to lose the job that Curly got for him, he can't maturely be disappointed with the company and still grateful for Curly's previous kindness. No. How dare Curly leave him?
What was up with the mouthwashing too, by the way? Or the mouthwash itself. I was about to say you could fucking call this game the most flawed human. Dude, Jesus fucking Christ. Dude could not do anything right, even at the end. But then I thought, like, what the fuck was up with the mouthwashing? Or the mouthwash? Was it just, I don't know, corpo junk?
Stranded like this. By framing Curly's unfulfillment and future prospects as a betrayal, Jimmy projects his fears of abandonment and inadequacy onto his friend, attempting to bring Curly down to his level of perceived failure. It's as though Jimmy is saying, if I'm stuck here, then so should you. In this moment, Jimmy's judgmental comparison exposes his need to see others as either beneath him or tainted by the same struggles. And unfortunately, Jimmy's underlying mental instability and fixation on Curly is a recipe for disaster. The final conversation Curly has with Jimmy right before he crashes the ship perfectly captures why Curly's overly sympathetic nature and desire to maintain agreeableness amongst the crew allowed Jimmy to snap. Curly finds Anya sobbing after she told Jimmy about the pregnancy. Instead of comforting her, Curly instead criticizes her for not waiting for him. I find it a bit laughable that Curly can openly express his
I didn't even know. I didn't even know he really... Okay, so he found out right before you crashed the ship, so that's definitely what made him crash out. Okay.
Disapproval for Anya's lack of hindsight, yet he couldn't admonish the guy who literally was being confrontational, offensive, and disrespectful a week ago. Curly asks if Jimmy got angry, once again displaying him prioritizing Jimmy's feelings despite the fact that the victim is sobbing in front of him. The final nail in the coffin occurs when Anya states that she rightfully doesn't want Jimmy around anymore, and Curly tells her to wait, saying he still needs to find Jimmy. The last words of consolation he offers Anya is a hollow, everything will be okay, before he leaves her alone. Curly is not responsible for Jimmy's actions. Curly is not responsible for the assault. However, as captain, it is Curly's fault if he is aware of Jimmy's vile behavior, but still chooses to naively think talking things out will solve the issue. The reason it isn't a good...
The reason it all happened was just because they were shipping something as meaningless as mouthwash. True.
Solution is that Jimmy is not a person who can be reasoned
Just
with.
corpo junk, huh?
And this point is proven when Curly finds Jimmy, and the first question he asks is, what will happen when we get back?
Sorry, I keep yawning. I'm fucking
If a
exhausted.
person feels an ounce of remorse for their immoral actions, then when a trusted friend finds out about the truth, the first feeling you'd have when facing them is shame over what you did, and you'd rush to express your regretfulness. But Jimmy is not a decent person, and his first thought is self-preservation.
The most flawed
so he does
human.
what he does best. He tries to manipulate Curly. Jimmy tries to shift the blame of his disgusting actions onto Curly, saying that Curly is always known as a great leader, but now if the truth gets out about how a crew member forced himself on another crewmate gets out, then Curly's reputation will go down alongside it. Jimmy cleverly begins to focus on how Curly and him have always been a team, appealing to Curly's fondness of their friendship. It's a complete 180 from Jimmy's previous framing of Curly as a backstab.
You're so gross.
Curly doesn't entertain the idea of being fearful for his position, since he's already established multiple times before he doesn't want to remain in this business. Yet he still tries to remain benevolent towards Jimmy, completely disregarding Anya's earlier request. The only answer Curly offers to
Should have
Jimmy
given
is
Anya
how
the gun. She deserves
you've
a few
gone into
shots.
difficult
True.
situations before, and this time you can work through it, one day at a time.
About the mouthwashing title itself, many people interpret it as representing Curly himself too sugary to help, kills 99% of bacteria because he won't see that one dead pixel. Oh, I like that. That kills 99% of germs, but that 1% that gets by, that one dead pixel, the one thing he can't see because he keeps seeing the big picture. You're cooking. Yeah, I like that one. I like that a lot.
What is that? James, we don't talk, okay? You're friends with monsters. Get the
It's almost pitiful how Curly's extremely wrong decisions and empathetic nature of not assuming the worst out of people.
Was that Silent Hill? That's so fucking funny.
Gotten through difficult situations before, and this time you can work through it, one day at a time.
Was that Silent Hill or was that something else?
What is that? James!
Wait, that's not Silent Hill, is it? What's he playing?
This time you can work through it, one day at a time.
Oh, it's the Walking Dead.
What is that? James!
I'm not gonna do this. The start screen in the background kind of looked like a Silent Hill one.
James, we don't talk, okay? You're friends with monsters. Get the
It's almost pitiful how Curly's extremely wrong decisions and empathetic nature of not assuming the worst out of people results in instant karma. Jimmy offers to crash the ship and make sure everyone isn't found for the sake of Curly. If Jimmy crashes the ship, then Curly will still be remembered as an acclaimed captain who tried his best. It is genuinely infuriating how Jimmy does not want to face the consequences, and he's psychotically framing his cowardly suggestion as a sacrifice for Curly's sake. It is a twisted, manipulative tactic that shows just how far Jimmy is willing to go to avoid taking responsibility.
Can I get the M word in chat?
He's willing to take down everyone on board to cover his own tracks, and he's shamelessly trying to sell it as an act of friendship and loyalty. And the worst part, for a moment you can see Curly hesitate.
It's an emote.
Not because he actually believes Jimmy's nonsense. I mean, I hope not. But because Curly is the kind of person who wants to believe in redemption. He wants to think there's a way to make the best out of a bad situation, to save everyone if he can. He doesn't see Jimmy for what he truly is, a person who would gladly let everyone perish just to protect himself. This is where Curly's empathy, his desire to find good even in the worst of people, becomes his greatest flaw. Because instead of shutting down the idea immediately, he stays silent. He thinks there's still a chance Jimmy can be reasoned with. But the truth is, some people can't be redeemed. Some people don't have any intention of changing for the better. And Jimmy? He's made his choice. He's shown his true colors and they're pitch black. He's not thinking about saving Curly, he's thinking about escaping punishment. The only person Jimmy cares about is himself, and if that means endangering everyone else to avoid facing justice, then so be it. Curly's hesitation...
We need my boy Emiya Shiro on Jimmy's ass, man. Where is my boy Emiya? Where is Shiro Emiya to serve some fucking justice?
Isn't because he's naive, it's because he's hopeful. But that hope blinds him to the reality that some people, no matter how much you want them to be better, will never change. And that's the hardest lesson Curly has to learn. That empathy without boundaries isn't kindness. It's a weakness that people like Jimmy will exploit without a second thought. The final scene we see of Curly before he's completely burnt to a crisp is when he finds Jimmy freaking out after turning off autopilot. This is the moment.
How the fuck how did Curly get that fucked up when he was right here? Like, even if the blast doors were shut, like, what the fuck happened?
When Curly finally expresses any semblance of criticism towards his own misaction. His own downplaying of the harsh reality in front of him, and his decision to let Jimmy out of his sight despite his suggestion of a sinister plan. Curly could have stopped him, could have thrown him in the pod, and could have saved everyone from a lunatic. But he didn't. But what he can do is try and walk into the front quarters to try and stop the crash and buy everyone some more time.
Like, yeah. No, I get how, I get, I don't know. There wasn't even that much damage to the cockpit. Like, they crashed into a fucking asteroid, right? Like, the cockpit should be like, you should not even be able to walk in there with how fucking badly damaged he was. He's fucked up, man. Like, fully burned all throughout the body, had to amputate the limbs, like you said, and, like, even if the blast doors were shut, I don't know how he survived, and if Jimmy was on the other side of the doors, how the fuck did Jimmy get unscratched? That's I don't know. I guess we'll never know. We didn't get to, like, see the full picture.
My favorite character in the game is Swansea. He perfectly encapsulates the idea of mouthwashing having a hidden side to it, since he ends up being one of the only sane members of the crew, despite his seemingly unhinged temperament. Swansea is a red herring. He seems like the bad guy.
He's a
He
demon.
always demeans his apprentice.
He's a demon, that's how he survived the fire.
In pain in front of him because he followed Jimmy's orders to get into the hazardous vent, Swansea reveals his inner thoughts. Swansea truly admired Daisuke's bright nature, and felt responsible for the kid and making sure that he doesn't end up like him, miserable at his dead-end job. Swansea laments Daisuke's potential to teach him a new perspective about the world, and he makes the difficult call to put Daisuke out of his misery. While Swansea is a man of action, Jimmy is driven by delusion. For example, when faced with the need to knock Swansea out, Jimmy's first instinct was to use the last of the disinfectant to spike his drink, rather than resorting to physical force or compromise. The choice reveals a disturbing side of Jimmy's character, since the game even hints that ingesting the alcohol could be fatal, foreshadowing how little Jimmy cares about the crew's safety, as long as he can save Curly. Later, Jimmy uses mouthwash as a disinfectant on Daisuke's body, ignoring Anya's earlier warning that the high sugar content would offset any effectiveness. But Jimmy doesn't listen to anyone besides himself. Swansea knows Jimmy will try and keep Daisuke alive for as long as possible, for some selfish purpose of proving to himself he's a good leader. Prolonging the inevitable and having the kids suffer in extreme pain for no reason. Thankfully, Swansea doesn't give Jimmy the chance to torture the kid. It's also implied that Swansea was saving the cryopod for either Daisuke or Anya, rather than himself, another testament to his heart of gold. Although Swansea had struggled with alcoholism for years, after a harrowing image of himself remaining in that disgraceful state and ultimately dying forgotten in a ditch, he goes straight. He gets a respectable job and makes a family. Unlike Jimmy, Swansea was capable of becoming self-aware of his faults and attempting to change. However, Swansea admits that he experienced disillusionment after supposedly achieving everything a man could want in life, mirroring Curly's earlier lack of satisfaction with his accomplishments. What's interesting is how right before Jimmy offs Swansea, he admits how the best years of his life were when he was wasting it away, drinking without a care in the world except for buying another bottle. This shows another aspect of Swansea's character that serves as a foil to Jimmy's cowardice. Swansea is willing to admit his lesser qualities. He's able to acknowledge how messed up it is that he found alcohol to be more enjoyable than his own wife and kids. But Jimmy cannot take an ounce of accountability for his actions. He can't confront the worst parts of himself like Swansea did. Instead, he chooses to fix things in the only way he knows how, by running away from it, and falsely believing that he's doing the heroic sacrifice of letting Curly take the cryopod and then proceeding to off himself. In an earlier guilt sequence within Jimmy's conscience, Curly tells Jimmy to end things and be the better man he so desperately wanted to be this entire time. If Jimmy chose to off Curly, he could have survived and told the story in any deranged way he wanted. Curly would forever be remembered as the captain who crashed his own failing ship. But if there's one thing Jimmy learned, is that he misjudged just how challenging the pilot seat can be. Although he still downplays his own culpability, Jimmy apologizes to Curly and exclaims how he wants them both to be heroes, how he made a mistake and regrets it deeply. Yet, what mistake is Jimmy referring to? Is it crashing the ship and causing Curly's current state? Is it causing the deaths of everyone else on the ship? Well, there's one thing it isn't.
Yeah.
Jimmy likely doesn't harbor any guilt for his assault against Anya. Either that, or he subconsciously couldn't bring himself to confront Anya due to how remorseful he was for that one deplorable action. While every single member of the Tolpar crew received an extensive guilt sequence that tortured Jimmy's mind, demonstrating his growing self-condemnation, Anya doesn't ever show up in any particular sequence. Sure, there's the grotesque chase scene of a mutated baby, but I'd argue that's more likely symbolizing Jimmy being punished for his desire to run away from the responsibility he has for the child's life. But Anya's lack of presence in his mind's screwed up guilty conscience, as well as the earlier scenes where Jimmy's unreasonably mean to Anya, despite it being long after the assault, signals how he knows she isn't going to retaliate and that he isn't ashamed of what he did to her, or else he'd be far more apologetic, or at least avoidant of Anya due to his inner guilt. Furthermore, there's a scene where he walks down a hallway with identification cards for the rest of the crew swirling around him, symbolizing how his mind is overflowing and tormenting him with what he did to each person. Yet, Anya's card, though present, is buried beneath the other crew members' IDs, suggesting that in Jimmy's mind, what he did to her is of lower significance.
That's
Perhaps
crazy.
He doesn't even regard her as a person in the same way as the others. So, what was Anya's ending?
I gotta say too, or I'll say it after this. The video's almost over.
I always believed that our worst moments didn't define us, didn't make us beyond repair.
Ugh. Sad.
Make no mistake, this isn't my worst moment. Far from it. It's the best one I'll ever make. Anya says to Jimmy, "You were right. I should have done this from the beginning." Implying that Jimmy likely told her to terminate the pregnancy, or herself to save everyone the trouble. In order to not have the baby suffer through starvation while they're waiting for rescue, or risk the baby being born only to be inevitably offed by Jimmy, Anya decides to die. She takes the remaining painkillers while locking herself in the medical bay. She leaves Curly alive, despite believing he was the one who crashed the ship. A mercy towards him out of sympathy, something that he never truly extended to her. Mouthwashing is a game that can have multiple interpretations. The one thing that will always remain true is that what caused the tragedy of the Tolpar crew was never something inhuman. If there's one message that we can get beyond the game, regardless of what interpretation we choose to follow, It's the idea of looking beyond the surface. Thank you so much for watching the video. I encourage you to leave a comment with your
That
thoughts,
shit do be deep.
especially for a game like this. And please like and subscribe if you'd like to see more essays in the future. Full credit for the footage goes to the Zodgernet channel. I don't have a PC, so I can't exactly play these games, so full shout out to their channel.
Damn, hold up. Y'all, you made that entire thing without even playing the game? That's crazy. It's just like the classic Silent Hill games. You know for a fact 99% of Silent Hill fans have not played the originals. The motherfuckers just watch video essays. What I was gonna say though, that was a good video. What I was gonna say though is that and no, let me preface this by saying preface. Let me say before saying that like no trauma is the same, and my opinion here is certainly not indicative of everyone's opinion. This is just my personal perspective, of course. But when sexual assault is depicted in fiction, I think it's so incredibly important to, like, I would rather sexual assault not be depicted in fiction at all, unless you are actually going to show the consequences on that person's mind and how they have to live after the fact, after the act is done. And if that is not part of the fiction and part of the writing, I don't think it should be included at all. And it pisses me off to no end. This is especially big in anime, especially. Like, it annoys the fuck out of me when it happens in anime, but when sexual assault happens, it's very important, I think, to show how that person has to live with it after the fact. And this game did a pretty damn good job of that, I think. But yeah, without further ado, that was that video. Now we're going on. So this is the only video that was going to be fully about mouthwashing. These other ones are going to be mixing some of the other games that we played over the past month. And so this next one is when Silent Hill 2 or what Silent Hill 2 and mouthwashing can teach us about abuse.
Meet me in the middle, says the abuser. You take a step towards him, he takes a step back. Meet me in the middle, says the abuser. Again, you take a step towards him, he takes a step back. It's all your fault, says the abuser. You're threatening me when you walk towards me like that. I have given up everything for you, and yet you haven't done a single thing for me. You're just an abuser, says the abuser. For the past few weeks, there's been a special book that has been on my mind. It is called Why Does He Do That? Inside the Minds of Angry and Controlling Men by Lundy Bancroft,
M-word.
a counselor with extensive experience working with abusive individuals. It seeks to explain and chronicle the similar mindsets and behaviors of the different types of abusive men and relationships, using various examples and anecdotes. It's a book that has opened my eyes, and I would recommend to everyone. Though this book has left me with one profound question. Why has this information eluded me for so long? There are many different forms that abuse can take, whether it takes the form of physical abuse, emotional abuse, societal abuse, and so on. But what is as diverse as the types of abuse are the numerous ways abuse is portrayed in media. We have various movies, shows, and even video games that highlight different aspects of abuse. Each one helps us understand numerous perspectives, often of those who are victims of abusers. And it's helped our society, and myself, understand the nuances and concerns about abuse. But yet, despite all this information...
oh my god, Silent Hill 2 is so fucking good about it too. Like, I kind of... Just because of the amount of media that I've consumed, I'd like to say my media literacy is pretty decent. I'm not I'm not a master at it or anything, but I've consumed enough media. I grew up with media. I grew up with books. I grew up with all sorts of different movies and TV shows and video games, and I've consumed enough to be able to pick up on foreshadowing pretty well. I'd like to, if I'm able to pat myself on the back on anything, I'd say that I'm decently good at picking up on foreshadowing and writing. That's like one of my favorite things to piecing together a story. And with Silent Hill 2, I was able to piece together like what the twist was going to be pretty early on. Like I think even going into the game, I was like, I think I know how this is going to go. But how they handled it though blew me away. The writing and how this guy is talking about the nuances of Silent Hill 2 blew me away, because like even after you find out and after the twist is revealed, and I was like, okay, yeah, this is what I was expecting. How James deals with it after that, and how you sympathize with him after he's done an irredeemable thing is so well written. But yeah, I just had to mention that. I'm sure this video is going to go into it, but I had to mention that because like out of all the games we played this October, Silent Hill 2 it's a AAA game compared to the other indie games, and even though I loved the indie games we did get to play, Silent Hill 2 definitely took the cake, as it blew me away in terms of its writing. Absolutely phenomenal game that I will never forget.
And the portrayals in the media, abusers still continue to have both power and control in our society. Two things they so desperately desire. So how is this possible? How do abusers still continue to gain while so many others lose? One idea is that abuse has been made out to be an extremely convoluted topic, when it shouldn't
false
be.
shepherd.
Abuse is rarely called out for what it is, and even when it's called out, we're unable to define it properly. Victims constantly ask themselves, was I really abused, or was I just exaggerating? Even outsiders have difficulty understanding and defining abusive relationships, often asking themselves, are they capable of doing such a thing? All of this self-doubt and confusion over how we see abuse is due to one fundamental idea. Abusers are constantly manipulating us. Bancroft writes, the abuser creates confusion because he has to. He can't control and intimidate you. He can't recruit people around him to take his side. He can't keep escaping the consequences of his actions unless he can throw everyone off the track. They need to manipulate us in order to get what they want. There's no benefit to the abuser if you're consciously aware of their behaviors. Bancroft continues, the abusive man wants to avoid having you zero in on his abusiveness itself, so he tries to fill your head with excuses and distortions and keep you weighed down with self-doubt and self-blame. This is why the concept has eluded.
Bro, that's just capitalism. What are we talking about? This is abuse, or are we talking about the economic?
Me and so many others for such a long time. It's difficult to see the first sign and attribute it to abuse correctly, because we don't quite get the full picture. But it is crucial to understand how abusers manipulate us all. It can save lives. There are two central ideas I want to explore on how abusers manipulate us, and in order to fully understand these concepts, I will be using two incredible games to help paint the picture. The reason that these two games provide a clearer picture than any other form of media is that they do something that is uncommon in media as a whole. It puts you in the shoes of the abuser, allowing us to understand exactly the steps an abuser takes to manipulate and continue to have power and control. Before I dive into these games, I will warn you that there are major spoilers ahead, and topics ranging from all different forms of abuse. There are also numerous resources in the description that I encourage you to check out. So let's start with the first idea: deception. The abuser's inner world is the only thing that matters. In Silent Hill 2, you play as James Sunderland, a seemingly depressed man carrying on after his wife passed away 3 years ago from a terminal illness. In a strange turn of events, James receives a letter from his...
I was listening to the actor, I'm sorry, I'm spacing on his name right now. The actor that plays James, I was listening to a couple of different interviews after Silent Hill 2 because that shit was living rent-free in my head for a while after I finished that game. I was listening to a couple different interviews, and he talks about how something that they added that I don't believe was in the original, in the remake, was in this bathroom scene before he does the famous touches his face scene where he looks in the mirror and touches his face, right? That touches his face moment is supposed to be like when the what did he call it? Traumatic amnesia takes effect, when he like forgets what he's done and throws it in the back of his mind. And right before that, when he's washing his hands, the camera pans down, and something that they added that wasn't in the original is when he's washing his hands are physically shaking. And his hands are physically shaking, and it's not until he holds his hand up to his face that he stills himself, and that's when like the traumatic amnesia sets in right there, and that's how the game starts. It's a really cool little detail that they added in the remake that I definitely wouldn't have caught, and I like how he talked about that in the interview. It's in your mind after years, relatable. Yeah, it's so fucking good.
James receives a letter from his late wife, Mary, that claims she is waiting for him in their special place of Silent Hill, which prompts James to visit the town once again. Silent Hill 2 is one of the most influential horror games of all time, primarily serving a cryptic story wrapped up in the horrifying imagery of a town enshrouded by fog, accompanied with terrifying corridors of apartment buildings, hospitals, prisons, and more. Navigating these areas infested with monstrous creatures while meeting a small cast of characters serves as a vessel to bring the shocking truth about Mary to light. In the final acts of the game, we, and for some reason, James, learn that his wife was not killed by her sickness, but by James himself, who laments his actions and hatred of his diseased wife. This revelation may come as a shock to many players, but to James, it doesn't seem like a shock at all, but more of an acceptance of his own nature. This begs the question, did Silent Hill 2 and James manipulate us? Throughout the game, the monstrous imagery and deterioration of locations are a machination developed by James himself to serve as self-punishment for the crime he committed.
Let him cook.
Monsters such as the lying figures, who were constructed as manifestations of Mary's sickness, the mannequins, who were constructed as manifestations of James's sexuality during Mary's hospitalization, and even Pyramid Head, who was constructed for James's desire for punishment and symbolize his own twisted nature, are littered throughout every location. Surely with such monstrous depictions of one's inner turmoil, anyone would be able to determine that James was a villain and an abuser. But somehow, we don't instantly label him as an abuser, and people often feel conflicted about the game's events and behaviors displayed in the game, as well as his final decision to end Mary's life. Why? There's something deceptive and manipulative in the way that Silent Hill 2 constructs its narrative. It wants us to feel sorry for James and constantly showcases the deep remorse and guilt that he harbors. But at the same time, it wants you to understand that James is still a good person. For example, when Laura hands James her own letter from Mary, it reads,
Laura, about James. I know you hate him because you think he isn't nice to me, but please, give him a chance. It's true, he can be a little surly sometimes, and he doesn't laugh much. But underneath, he's a really sweet person.
The game is telling us that Mary, the victim of James's abuse and murder, thought of James as a good person, that she loved who he was in the end. The game wants us to know that it is difficult and heartbreaking to watch your loved one wither.
The soundtrack is so good too. How the fuck did this game come out 20 plus years ago, dude? That's fucking insane to me. Like, actually, like one of the greatest like pieces of media of all time, I think. And it came out 20 plus years ago. That's crazy. As a video game, anyway. I know there's like movies that are like older than that are amazing, but as a video game, like there's not that many video games I can think that narratively I can call one of the best pieces of media of all time that came out that long ago. It's crazy to me.
Away from a sickness, and understandably, James's feelings and actions were complex. There's no easy
Time
way
travel.
to handle the grief and loss of what you once had with the love of your life. And the letter leads you to believe his anger came from a combination of emotional exhaustion and the overwhelming grief of watching someone he loved deteriorate. You may even feel that the game wants you to believe the nuance of good people can do really bad things. But
That was
there's
like my
something
takeaway.
flawed in Mary.
Like, it's such a human story, like that, and I kept going back and forth as we learned new information in Silent Hill 2 as well, because I had pretty much figured out the twist early on, like I said, right? Like there's just so much visual cues and visual storytelling that like are pretty early on in the game you can pretty figure out like what the twist is, but eventually, so the twist is relayed to you, and then while you're the twist that he killed his wife is relayed to you, and then as you're walking to the final Pyramid Head boss fight, you get to hear Mary's yelling at him about how she just wanted to die, how she said she was going to be saddled with all this medical debt, how she's suffering, how she wishes it would all end, and she's yelling and yelling and yelling at James. And at that point I was like, oh, it was a pity kill. He killed her because he thought that it would be like, it doesn't make it right, of course, but like I think that changes how I view the situation a little bit, maybe, that he killed her out of pity. And then you get the and then you get like after that you get the cutscene where he admits to her. He says, no, I didn't kill you out of pity. He's like, I hated you. It's like, oh fuck, I don't know, this shit's going back and forth. Oh man, I haven't watched any playthroughs as I want to play myself one day, but I already knew about the twist. But she also said she didn't want to die, so she also said she didn't want to die. It's so good, yeah. And she's scared. Yeah, she's scared. She doesn't want to die. Even if I haven't seen much of the games, I know it's a masterpiece. It's so fucking good. The soundtrack too. Oh my god, I listen to the soundtrack at work all the time. Silent Hill 2 soundtrack. Since I finished the game, I've had it on repeat. It's so fucking good. It's playing in the background here, but oh my god, so fucking good.
Deteriorate. You may even feel that the game wants you to believe the nuance of good people can do really bad things.
He truly believes he's a good person too, which is what makes the twist in this final the final act of the game so good too, because he like in some of the subtle little dialogue lines of his, and as you go through the game, like he truly believes he's a good person. And so when you truly believe you're a good person and you're faced with this reality that you've done an irredeemable act, like what does that do to the psyche of that person that believes they're a good person?
But there's something flawed in Mary's letter and her representation of her loving husband. It's not hers. In the same way that Silent Hill 2 constructs a deceptive look into remorse and guilt, James constructs everything we see and experience in Silent Hill. This is highlighted in Angela's final scene, when James finally views how Angela perceives the world. As a victim of severe physical, emotional, and sexual abuse by her father, she believes her suffering and personal hell is what she deserves. James remarks,
"It's hot as hell in here."
Becoming aware of the hell that Angela has created for herself. This is a sign that the world we experience with James is solely constructed with his own perceptions and ideas, because it is different from the hell Angela creates for herself.
For me, it's always like this.
Therefore, everything that is presented to us in Silent Hill 2 could be seen as a deception of what James wants to experience and show us. This is why, if we assume Laura to be a real individual and not another manifestation by
James, just a normal town
we don't
for Laura.
hear her own words for Mary's letter. We hear what James wants Mary to have said. So in an effort to manipulate himself and have us sympathize with him, James throws all sorts of imagery at us to get us on his side. Because an abusive man works like a magician. His tricks largely rely on getting you to look off in the wrong direction, distracting your attention, so that you won't notice where the real action is. He manifests the creation of Maria, a healthier, more alluring version of his wife Mary.
I hope they do the DLC, because the DLC like goes into like Mary a lot more too. And there's a video on YouTube that I watched in my own time. We won't watch here, but if anyone's curious, check out the video that's I can't remember what it's called, like the tragedy of Mary or something like that, that goes into the details of how she was like literally created from the town, but she's a conscious living person as well, detailed by some of the contradictions in the writing of like, if she was really an apparition created by the town, which we're like pretty sure she is, right, with all the things that happen in the story, there's some things in the writing that are contradictory to that, because like she cares about Laura, for example, and she like wants to go off and help Laura, and she's not in this like constant feeling of like wanting to keep James there, as she is like most of the time. Like she constantly wants to help Laura, and that's probably because of James's own projection of his wife caring about Laura is projected into the a being that is Mary, which is fucking Silent Hill 1 lore to explain too, peak. But the DLC is called what is it called? Made from a Wish or something like that, and it's supposed to explain a little bit more of Mary here, and I don't know if they're gonna make the DLC, but I hope they do. I know there's been rumors floating around that they might.
Her advances, showing his faithfulness to his wife, despite Maria embodying an exaggerated view of what he loved and misses about his wife. He is seemingly haunted by the idea of killing Eddie, someone highlighted as a violent abuser, showcasing no sign of remorse, with much more abusive actions and behaviors than James presents himself to wield. And he showcases that he kills the abstract daddy, the manifestation of Angela's trauma with her father, subsequently allowing us to feel that he, quote-unquote, saved Angela for a brief moment. Throughout each of these encounters and the entire game, James wants you to understand that although he committed a heinous crime, he is still a good person and victim himself. But James isn't as talented of a magician that he hopes to be. In fact, rather than being a magician trying to distract you with smoke and mirrors, he and many abusers end up becoming clowns as they attempt to juggle and throw things at you in the hopes of diverting your attention. But no matter how much they attempt to deceive you, there is always a chance to recognize the abusive behavior they wish to conceal. Throughout Silent Hill 2, no matter how remorseful James may present himself, he is an abuser that murdered his wife. He's not the good person he wants you to believe he is. This is seen throughout the game, as reality seemingly bleeds in different ways, but only if you are paying close enough attention. Because no matter how deceptive an abuser may make his reality, noticeable items tend to fall through the cracks. For example, several notes and collectibles throughout the game indicate that James needs to face the music and spill the beans of his crimes, while also hinting that he does not feel remorse for his crimes. He's also extremely violent with the so-called monsters in Silent Hill 2.
Yeah.
In the act of what we see sometimes as self-defense. He often stomps.
So I was gonna say, that was something I kept commenting on multiple times in my playthrough, was like, it makes me like uneasy how violent he is with the melee weapons against these things.
Stomps the light out of them, repeatedly, after they've gone, for no purpose other than to assert his own power and control. The mannequin monsters often hide from James in order to save themselves, and can be seen begging for their life, instead of attacking after James accepts his nature. They can even be heard letting out feminine groans when attacked, indicating an idea of physical abuse that James inflicted upon Mary. The groans may even be interpreted as sexual moans, as James is reminded of his own pleasure when brutally attacking these so-called monsters. Finally, in the final interaction with Mary, James wants you to accept his course of action while not shying away from the horrible nature of crime that he commits. Mary's voice is presented to you, saying,
I'm no use to anyone. I'll be dead soon anyway.
It'd be easier if they just killed me. I didn't mean what I said. Please. Tell me it'll be okay. Tell me I'm not gonna die.
In her final scenes, Mary is shown to say,
I guess I understand. I know I was a burden. You wanted a long, happy life. Something I couldn't give.
Suddenly, Mary flips her understanding and soon attacks James as the final boss fight commences. Throughout Mary's portrayal by James's consciousness, he constantly wants to confuse you and manipulate the way you feel about his actions. He wants you to give him a sliver of forgiveness and understanding, while juxtaposing that idea with the feeling that he had to make his choice for Mary. But in actuality, he made his choice under the impression that he had the right to impose his will over hers. For the final boss, a monstrous version of Mary is the one attacking James, before James stomps out her light once again.
And the fucking... I realized this when we were watching the endings.
Is the one attacking James, before James...
I realized this when we were watching the endings, but in this final scene here where you have to do any bit of damage to trigger the final cutscene for your ending, this is like literally like the bed frame that he like killed her in too. Or it's like shaped in the same way.
Stomps out her light once again. The confusion of love with abuse is what allows abusers who kill their partners to make the absurd claim that they were driven by the depths of their loving feelings. The news media, regrettably, often accepts the aggressors' view of these acts, describing them.
Oh my gosh, this would be so good to pull up the fucking Fate Stay Night Heavens Feel video essay that I love so much that talks about how so often in media do they portray the male lover that has to do the impossible task of killing the lover of the opposite sex, and the story or the framing frames the male as the victim somehow, as like oh, he had to do it, he had no other option, who knows what she would have done if he didn't put her down, that type of thing. And it just made me think of that, the words here.
Often accepts the aggressors' view of these acts, describing them as crimes of passion. But what could more thoroughly prove that a man did not love his partner? James portrays himself as a victim to Mary's sickness, and her lashing out provided justifications for his own hatred against her and her sickness, which he blamed to be the strain on his relationship and subsequent cause of his abuse. When they aren't blaming their partners, they blame stress, alcohol, their childhood, their children, their bosses, their insecurities, or even disease. More important, they feel entitled to make these excuses. When I point out that other men under these same pressures choose not to be abusive, they tend to become irate or contemptuous. There is no excuse that an abuser can rely on to avoid culpability. Their abuse is caused solely by the abuser themselves. Silent Hill 2 finally concludes with numerous amounts of endings, all of which are not specified as the true canonical ending. Many of these endings garner sympathy as James highlights Mary's falsified forgiveness for his actions, or even James seemingly taking his own life to allow us to grieve and attempt to accept his actions. Although one ending that truly highlights James's behavior is the Maria ending, in which Maria coughs, indicating the cycle of sickness that Mary experienced for the past 3 years will continue with Maria. James remarks,
"Better do something about that cough."
Here, James is a beaten down man after the events of the game, and what can be perceived as concern for Maria ends up being the threat. James has not learned from his apparent remorse or guilt. He will continue to perpetuate the cycle of abuse he so desperately wanted you to believe he regrets. By all means, that is a sign that James isn't the altruistic or remorseful person he wants to manipulate you into believing he is. It's a sign of the true monster of Silent Hill. Silent Hill 2 has sparked tons of analyses and video essays over the years to help understand the plot of the game. Rarely do I ever see an analysis that conveys James is an abuser who attempts to manipulate the story you get to see. We may never even consider that the events of the game are made to paint him in a more positive light than if we had seen the entirety of the relationship, because we only ever get to see his side. He has all the power and control over this narrative, and we understand the sliver of information we get about his relationship with Mary is only through his point of view. We can never fully trust the events and imagery of Silent Hill 2 to be an accurate representation of their relationship, since an abusive man is not a reliable source of information about his partner. If this deception is hard to wrap your head around, or even accept, then you're not alone. Experiencing this story for the first time this year has me interpreting James as a deceptive abuser, which could be entirely different from what you may have believed. There is no need to blame yourself for being fooled or manipulated, because that's exactly what abusers want you to feel. They don't want you to fully understand and accept the nature of their abuse and appeal to your compassion for them. The abuser's aim, though perhaps unconscious, is to play on your compassion so that he can avoid dealing with his problem. Understanding the concept that an abuser is not a reliable source of information leads us closer to the answers of how abusers manipulate us. They deceive us, just in the way James has deceived himself and the audience. After all, how can we hold someone accountable if they themselves don't think they did anything wrong? But now that we understand that abusers can deceive us, why do they still get away with their abuse and manipulation? Deception can only go so far. Surely our society should be able to call out abusers when they are performing unspeakable acts, right? Unfortunately, the frustrating thing is that abusers employ and rely on another aspect of their abuse in order to continue gaining power and control. This second idea is the concept of normalization. Their value system is unhealthy, not their psychology. In Mouthwashing, we followed the crew of the...
I was going to wait for him to finish the Silent Hill analysis there, but I want to say I think their analysis of, and this is just my interpretation, of course, but I think their analysis is going to fit Mouthwashing a lot more. The reason why I'm sympathetic to James is because of his interactions with the other characters, I think, which in Mouthwashing, it's very apparent that Jimmy's a fucking asshole, right? Like, his interactions with all the other characters are, like, you can see straight through his manipulation and him being an asshole, whereas, at least in James's, and I know this person's analysis said that, like, everything we're seeing is through his eyes and things might not actually be how they are, whether it be reading the note aloud might be what he wishes the note was, or the interactions with other characters might just be what he wanted to show us rather than what was actually said. The interactions are what made me, like, more sympathetic towards him, I think, because you can see, like, all throughout the game until the twist is revealed, there's a lot of subtle visual storytelling throughout it, and a little bit here and there of how other characters react to him, whether it be Laura or Angela saying you and me were the same, or what's the guy's name? A lot of abusers are nice and charming for others, but I don't know. Well, the and this isn't to defend James at all. The reason why I enjoyed his story so much was how much nuance there was there, if that makes sense. It's not to say he's not an abuser. It's just to say how it felt like so much more of a human story. I don't know. I can't think of the words to put in. Defo Eddie, yeah, and then Eddie says like, "This town drew you here too, James." That there's a lot of like dialogue and visual storytelling, the visual storytelling in the enemies especially, and like some of the noises they make, some of the how they look, especially the posters around the town. There's so many posters that talk about alcoholism or a lot of sexualization visual storytelling, in whether it be the strip club, the temptation with the alcohol in the strip club bar, all the different posters, et cetera. But and then like Pyramid Head himself and like what he's like doing to one of the mannequin dolls in that first scene with him. The nurses especially. There's a lot of visual storytelling, but when it comes to the dialogue and how James interacts with the other characters, like you can see that, or how he came off to me was that he was genuinely, he came off as a good person, which is why I think I enjoyed the nuance of his story a lot more compared to Jimmy. You kind of clock him as an asshole almost immediately. You know what I mean? But I don't know. Let's check out the mouthwashing analysis now.
Tulpar, a cargo ship employed by Pony Express to deliver confidential cargo. After a mysterious sabotage done seemingly by the Captain Curly causes the Tulpar to crash, the crew of 5 attempt to survive with their remaining supplies. For the duration of the game, you bounce between playing as 2 main characters: Curly, the original captain of the Tulpar and horribly disfigured individual after the crash, and Jimmy, the co-captain and personal friend of Curly's and acting captain after the crash. Joining them in their attempt to survive this devastating crash is Swansea, the ship's grumpy recovering alcoholic mechanic, Daisuke, the last-minute added intern, and Anya, the nurse in training taking Pony Express's nursing classes. The game functions by showcasing their descent into madness, while juxtaposing
we don't have any like
the
justifications for his
camaraderie
actions
before the crash. All leading up
that's it.
to the big
that's exactly it right there. You worded that perfectly. Yeah, there's like the Silent Hill 2 Silent Hill 2 tries its best to get you on James's side, whereas I feel like that wasn't present in Mouthwashing. That's exactly it right there. Like Mouthwashing, I kind of clocked Jimmy as a fucking asshole that the only thing that like really surprised me was the sexual abuse when that was revealed, but like I clocked pretty early on. I was like, this motherfucker had resentment towards the captain after they got told that they were gonna lose their jobs, and just fucking flew the ship into a goddamn rock. And he just like and like just the dialogue options, even early in the game, Jimmy just comes off as a fucking asshole. So you're like not really sympathetic towards him at all. I guess the only real surprise for me in Mouthwashing was the depths of how fucking big of an asshole this guy was, right? Like, you clock him as an asshole pretty early, and then, like, by the end of the game, you're just like, this guy has no redeemable qualities whatsoever. Jesus Christ. Whereas James, in Silent Hill 2 at least, they, like, the narrative wants you to feel bad for him and wants you to, like, be on his side even after he's done such an irredeemable thing. Bro, yeah, Jimmy was just evil.
Yeah.
Well, he was human too, though, right? Like, I don't know. Like, yeah, I guess evil we could use to describe him, but like like all of his actions were very human things, though. Fucking dickhead.
Jimmy, harboring the stress from his surprising and impending layoff from Pony Express, his jealousy towards Curly's established career and wealth, and the threat
he wanted to be a hero but didn't want to take
Anya's
responsibility.
pregnancy after his sexual assault and rape had been responsible for crashing the ship
think that's pretty
attempting
human,
to
yeah.
mouthwash the crew and kill 99.9% of everyone, including himself. Now you may ask, how the hell was Jimmy, a terrible human being and ruthless abuser, allowed to not only continue to have power and control on the ship, but even
crashed
escape
out. Oh my
responsibility for his crimes? It's because his abuse was permitted through the normalization of abuse that society has perpetuated. The mythology about abusive men that runs through modern culture has been created largely by the abusers themselves.
M-word.
Throughout the game,
M-word.
several instances occur that could have allowed Jimmy to take responsibility for his actions, but he never suffered any consequences for it, as multiple members allowed him to continue his cycle of abuse and have power and control as a reward. Anya, who had been brutally abused, was not able to stand up to Jimmy as the power dynamic was not in her favor, and she was continuously put in threatening situations around Jimmy. This is highlighted by the light of her enthusiastic personality being stomped out after the assault, that left her both nervous and frightened in Jimmy's presence. Daisuke, who had a fresh set of eyes with his inexperience, was ignorant and naive to Jimmy's abuse and behavior. This is highlighted as Jimmy takes advantage of Daisuke, forcing him to go into an event that had been labeled as dangerous by Swansea.
What happened to
which
bro in the
causes
event?
him fatal injuries. Swansea, who is constantly grumpy throughout the flight, was indifferent to the power dynamics at play because he was not only tired of his extensive career, but drunk after the crew discovered the mysterious cargo they were transporting was just mouthwash. This is highlighted that had Swansea been firmer and less drunk, several instances where Jimmy manipulated the crew may not have happened. And Curly, who knew early on about Jimmy's assault, enabled Jimmy by allowing him to continue to have power and control, being second in command. All because Curly knew Jimmy beforehand, and there was no way Jimmy, in Curly's eyes, could be a bad guy, or even an abuser. Curly
bro was drunk the
deceived
whole time.
into thinking Jimmy was a good person. All
And he
because
found
of the
out about it too.
normalization.
I mean, he at one point, what's her name? She tells him about it, and like he doesn't really do anything after that.
That abusive behaviors and violence.
Being trapped in isolation with only men is one of my biggest fears ever. Anya is strong. Yeah, that is what's the bear or the? Would you rather be alone with a what is it? 100 bears or 100 men, or how does that go? How does that question go? That shit that brought up that pissed off a bunch of insecure men. Is it? Would you rather be in a forest with a bear or a man or something like that? I can't remember what just one man or one bear. Gotcha. Would you rather be alone with a bear or a man, and a bunch of women picked the bear and it like pissed off a bunch of insecure men? Yeah. Nah, I don't blame them.
Coming from a guy like Jimmy was acceptable. Jimmy had ambition,
I
but
would
was
just
struggling
implode myself.
under the weight of capitalism. He wanted to climb
Cinema.
the corporate ladder and be at a position was
Say it again.
acceptable. Jimmy had ambition, but was struggling under the weight of capitalism. He wanted to climb the corporate ladder and be at a position as esteemed and lucrative as Curly. But he became a victim of Pony Express's greed, as they destroyed his corporate ladder and the chance for him to reach Curly's stature. Jimmy was suffering at the hands of greed, while carrying the weight of his own empty, greedy hands. An abusive man may embellish his childhood or any suffering once he discovers that it helps him escape responsibility. Jimmy felt entitled to the power and control that society had promised him as a man, so much so that he abused a woman to make himself feel more powerful than he was, and feel like he had control over something else in his life. The disrespect that abusive men so often direct toward women in general tends to be born of their cultural values and conditioning
Yo!
rather than personal experiences of
Material conditions.
being victimized by women. Some abusive men use the excuse that their behavior is a response to such victimization because they want to be able to make women responsible for men's abuse.
And just like that, you clocked in cell culture.
He then feels frustrated at Anya because of her lack.
Like I don't know how many people in chat or widely know this. If you've been a fan, anyone who's been a fan of me for as a content creator for a long time definitely knows it because it came out in my content a long time ago. But I definitely went through an incel arc after a big heartbreak in high school, which is shocker, responsible for a lot of incels, unfortunately. But after a big heartbreak in high school, I went through a pretty big incel arc that lasted for like a couple years, and my analysis of it, how I ended up breaking out of it, was I realized that my hatred, discontent, and misplaced resentment, using that phrase again, my misplaced resentment towards women was largely caused because of societal norms that I thought that they had the privilege, or I thought that they had the right of something that I wasn't, and that was the right or the ability to be softer, the permission to be softer. What did I just walk in on? I think a lot of men go through that phase after a heartbreak. One of my close friends definitely hated women for a while after his own. Yeah, it's misplaced resentment, and there's a lot of that. It's important to be able to analyze that in your relationships and understand where that resentment is coming from, and be able to look at a bigger picture and analyze it from a larger lens and try to figure out why you think the way you do. It's a very important thing to me that I've learned over the years, but yeah. My the thing that snapped me out of it was realizing that, like, oh shit, I don't actually hate women. I don't actually resent women. This is misplaced feelings that I have for really just the fact that I feel like that they have a permission to be softer when it's actually just a societal norm that's pissing me off. You hate Firefly, though. Okay. My realization of my own internalized misogyny due to my cultural background was such an eye-opener on how we are conditioned to such behaviors. Very sad, yeah. Noticing that women don't typically go through femcel phase, though, yeah.
Lack of nursing degree. In Jimmy's eyes, Anya was inferior in numerous ways, from her gender to her career, while Daisuke and Swansea were inferior since they weren't as powerful as he was. Only Curly wielded more power, but as soon as he was incapacitated, Jimmy took advantage of the situation.
I'm confused what happened. You just walked in, Tripod. We're just talking about this game that we just finished, Mouthwashing, and there's a lot of sexual abuse topics that go on in it, permission of like humans around abusers that permit abusers to continue going on abusing, and yeah, just got us on the topic. Suddenly people hate women? Yes. That's why people who are anti-patriarchy say that it also harms men as well. Men are constantly told to man up, not be gay, and how you shouldn't cry being human with their emotions. The most we are allowed is anger, which is a heavily emotional response. Yeah. Yeah. That's, there's both, and we talk so much about toxic masculinity too, but there's also, of course, toxic femininity, and it's just the societal norms to like keep these behaviors in check depending on like what's in between your legs, which is ridiculous, right? Like if you're born with a vagina, you're supposed to be soft spoken, do whatever you're told, dress a certain way, act a certain way, and then the same goes for men as well. And that's a very toxic thing and brings out certain emotions and plays into the relationships and resentment that we can develop later in life in terms of relationships. Was a self-proclaimed tomboy at the age of 8 and hated girl things. Internalized misogyny is women's version of the incel phase for men. Yeah. Hated girly things, wanted to be different, and said I'd never wear makeup because of the bitterness of the gender role I was placed at young age. Yup. What the hell? Yo! We all relating to one another. Hell yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of people that deal with that.
Power. All because of the hierarchy of power that Jimmy had adopted into his values, and the normalization of abuse that the crew and society allows a man like Jimmy to perpetuate. And as Jimmy collects more and more power and control, he only wants more and more. An abusive man expects catering, and the more positive attention he receives, the more he demands. He never reaches a point where he is satisfied, where he has been given enough. Rather, he gets used to the luxurious treatment he is receiving, and soon escalates his demands. As Jimmy is feeling that he is losing power and control, he crashes the ship, dooming everyone else to take responsibility for Jimmy's action. In the final moments of the game, as Jimmy puts Curly into the last remaining cryopod after everyone else had died by his hands, he believes himself a hero, saving the most powerful member of the ship and protecting shareholder value. In the end, Jimmy never understood the problems with his actions, because through his delusional view of what society has normalized, he was right. And nobody, not the victim Anya, not the naive Daisuke, not the indifferent Swansea, and not even his enabling friend and somewhat idle, Curly, was able to stop him. Throughout the game, the horrific abuse that Jimmy commits only highlights that abuse isn't an innate behavior. It is learned and normalized throughout society. Without realizing it, the abuser may also apply attitudes and tactics from other forms of oppression that he has been exposed to as a boy or as a young adult. As society, our parents, and even media portray horrific practices that no one speaks up about, people begin to believe that those behaviors are normal. And Jimmy was allowed to abuse those around him because
remember when I said I didn't really know what the overall message of I didn't really know what the overall message of Mouthwashing was, and I was hoping some of these video essays would help me out with that, because there were the positives were the visual storytelling and the artistic design I really liked of the game. The dialogue was really good, and I think there was one other thing, wasn't there? Something else I enjoyed, but the main thing that kind of disappointed me when the credits started rolling was I was like, what was the overall message if there was one? And this pretty much, I think, hits the nail on the head for an interpretation I like, at least, is that everything that Jimmy did was literally societal norms that told him he was right all along, right? Like he was doing the right thing all along, even though we view him as a fucking irredeemable monster. In the end, through his perspective, he was right.
he thought he was entitled to do so. By all means, Jimmy took advantage of everyone by manipulating the system that allowed him to escape responsibility. Mouthwashing is a cautionary tale, one that inspires us to learn that abuse shouldn't be normalized and permitted. It should be called out and thoroughly dealt with, because taking responsibility should not be placed onto the victim's shoulders. They have
You're used to
done
things like this.
nothing
Understandable.
wrong. It should be all our responsibilities to recognize these signs of abuse and call
Oh
it out.
no! Yeah, it's not just you. This stream's dipping in the red at the moment. Makeup will look better if you do your eyes, and I can't do it. I don't know how people that put on eyeliner do it. My ass could not do that shit. You're straight up drawing on your eyelid, dog. What the fuck? My ass could not do that shit. Why is Max lagging so bad? I'm in the red. I don't know. I can't fix it. I'm red barring right now. I don't know what's going on. Thought it was just me. No, I'm red barring right now. Shit, we're stream might cut, dog. Xfinity, it is fucking 1:35 p.m. on a weekday. Why are we doing this right now? What's going on? They're throttling me, dog. Listen here, Xfinity. I pay top dollar for good internet connection. What's going on? Uh-oh. I can try turning off the Wi-Fi on my phone. Oh! Are we back? Says we're in the green now, chat. Disconnecting the Wi-Fi might have worked. I don't know. Maybe my phone was downloading. So it shouldn't matter if my phone's downloading some shit, though. I got a fucking gigabyte download speed. Is he back? I think I'm back. Oh, wait. It's in the yellow. Pause, champ. It's in the green. He is a bit behind. Yeah, now, anytime this happens, anytime it starts fucking lagging like this, it puts stream, like, it delays the stream for the rest of the time I'm live, which is really fucking annoying. Try to refresh. I don't want to do that because then it's gonna be really annoying to edit the VOD. Wasn't talking to you, Max. Oh, okay. You guys refresh. All right, chat. Type 1 in chat. Type 1 in chat. Let's see how bad the delay is. Type 1. Type 1 in chat. Give me the number 1. Okay, it's not too bad. Okay, I think we're back. All right. Wait, it's going in the red again. Why? Should I just close the other Chrome tab? Sometimes just Google Chrome is just annoying. All right, I think we're back. I think we're back in the green.
Wherever and whenever we can. But more than anything, it is the responsibility of the abuser to change their ways and suffer the consequences of their actions.
Repent.
Both Silent Hill 2 and Mouthwashing are two wonderfully crafted stories that highlight two ideas that abusers employ to manipulate us: deception and normalization. When an abuser deceives themselves and those around them, no one is aware of how horrible their abusive behaviors are. And when abuse is normalized, it discourages people from being able to call out the abuser, allowing them to avoid responsibility for their behaviors. These are two ideas that abusers take advantage of, whether consciously or subconsciously, that help abusers continue to manipulate us. And these are not the only two. There are dozens of methods and behaviors that abusive individuals can perform to get what they want, many of which have been thoroughly documented. But analyzing these video games and reading why does he do that allows us to arm ourselves with the knowledge to be able to call out any abuse we see and help those in need. Though these examples given are two fictitious video games, there are so many stories or pieces of information that can help prepare you to help yourself and others. Because abusers run rampant in our world. From a member of your local community to politicians with all the power in the world, you can find abusers anywhere. So please don't blame yourself if you've ever been on the receiving end of any form of manipulation or abuse. It is extremely hard to come to terms or deal with it. As I wondered at the beginning of this video, why has this information eluded me for so long? Covering both Silent Hill and Mouthwashing allows us more insight to this question. Now, knowing how many ways an abuser can manipulate us, we can start a healing journey. This illusion didn't start with you, but it could end with you. My goal with this video is to help out however I can, whether it's bringing this topic and information to light or examining popular forms of media to help us understand the nature of abuse. So I do hope this video resonates with you. And please do check out the links in the description for more information and resources about this topic. But before I conclude this video, there's one concept that you might be considering now. Why don't abusers change? Surely, if we call out abusive behavior, then abusers should have to change. Both James and Jimmy would have had to change their ways, right? Sadly, the answer to that is simple. It's not because they can't, or the consequences aren't harsh enough. It's that they don't want to. You can't change who they are, because the only thing that can change an abuser is the abuser themselves. The first challenge with an abusive man is to motivate him to work on himself, because he becomes attached to the many rewards that his controlling and intimidating behaviors bring him. He is highly reluctant to make significant changes in his way of operating in a relationship. There are too many benefits that society has allotted abusers for their behaviors, and abusers will continue to find ways to deceive us, normalize their behaviors, and manipulate us to keep reaping their rewards. Now, I truly believe that everyone can change, but change is not easy. There are so many steps involved, and changing your fundamental beliefs is a difficult process. You'd be changing every bit of yourself to become a better person. And the worst part about change, when it comes to manipulative abusers, is that abusers can turn their manipulative skills to creating an appearance of change. So don't be fooled, and realize that though change is hard, it is not impossible. And you should never go through this alone. Definitely check out the book, Why Does He Do That? Inside the Minds of Angry and Controlling Men, which details much more than I have covered, as well as topics about helping abusers change and helping those who are abused. Also, please reach out to those you can rely on and find programs and supports that can help. The way we move forward is never alone, but together. So I do hope that you recognize just how important you are and how there's help in every corner, whether it's helping others or yourself.
Banger. Cinema. All right. Give that one a like. And the next video, When Games Check Your Sanity. This one is about me-side and mouthwashing.
Imagine you're on a cargo ship sailing somewhere just beyond the solar system.
Imagine you're on a cargo ship, chat. What is going on? Hang on. I'm gonna refresh this Chrome tab. I don't know what's going on, man. Is there a background download going on or what? Close Steam. Close that. Yeah, I don't know what the hell's going on with the stream right now.
Imagine you're on a cargo ship sailing
Imagine you're on a cargo ship, chat. Imagine the cargo ship. Are you guys imagining it? Imagine the cargo ship.
Imagine you're on
We're imagining
a cargo ship.
Love setting up a new phone and there are pre-installed games and bloatware on there. Get Candy Crush off my goddamn phone. Oh,
sailing somewhere just beyond the solar system. You've been told to head to the cockpit, so you do. The doors open, you jaunt down the hallway, and then... Weird. You only remember one hallway here last time, but maybe you're misremembering. The background music suddenly isn't so sure. You then find a staggeringly long stairway leading down into the abyss, just waiting to swallow you. This isn't the cockpit, but you hesitantly follow it down. What is going on here? Finally, you find the door to the cockpit, except... This isn't right. You've got to go back. Oh. A hungry expanse of nothing pins you to this tiny, rusted ledge. You only have one real choice.
Geronimo!
It's wet. You feel your socks and boots become tight, heavy mouths around your toes and ankles as you clumsily stumble your way through this sea of ethereal bile. Suddenly, the stars come out. You can see the cosmos and every manner of celestial breath filling the heavens, and for a moment, it's kinda lovely. It's terrifying, but somehow okay. You keep going, and then... primal questions fly up your brainstem. What is that? Where is that? You start looking around, but where the hell is it? You hear something other than your footsteps in the water. What the hell is it? You do the only thing you can and run. Sirens blare, screens materialize in the air, metal scraps erupt from the water. The thing gets louder as you desperately run for your life.
Mom, what are you doing?
Raise your hand if this has ever happened to you before. You open a door in a video game and there is something completely impossible behind it. A dark void, the room you just left, a hallway that is a hall not this way. Maybe you've turned around and suddenly something is there now that wasn't there before. Maybe the entire landscape has seamlessly changed. Maybe you catch something out of the corner of your eye and it makes you become a little smaller in your seat. Maybe the game whispers something to you and you...
Little star.
Yeah.
Dead Space cinema.
These are all examples of ways that video games specifically make us feel like we're hallucinating. It could be an outright fever dream, a nightmare,
Signalis.
a surreal dream sequence. These kinds of moments serve the purpose of giving you an intimate glimpse into your character's crumbling psyche. Typically you see them in horror games, but you'll certainly find them elsewhere, and I am kind of enamored with them. Sometimes they're skin-crawling explorations of a character's repressed trauma. Other times they're harrowing warnings of evil yet to come. Sometimes they're strangely beautiful. Sometimes they're that scene from Happy Gilmore. Oh, God! What I'd like to do today is break them down piece by piece.
Call the police.
Moments not just from video games, but also cinema and television and animation. What can they learn from one another? Why do they make you squirm? How can they make you laugh? When do they become something more than just horrific imagery? As you
I cannot wait. At one of these days, I'm gonna play, what's it called?
Disco Elysium. When do they become something
Disco Elysium. I gotta play it. One of these days I will.
More than just horrific imagery? As you saw at the start, there is so much more to this than just showing us something spooky and then smash cutting to someone waking up in a cold sweat. I want to talk to you about the subtle methods that these sequences use to quietly slip under your skin and invade your subconscious until your bones itch. If that sounds fun or not fun, then get cozy. Know that any spoilers today will be purely visual. I'm not digging too deeply into any plots, and also there will be no jump scares. There will, however, be, perhaps, the opportunity of a lifetime. Working is a part of life. You need a paycheck to fund your basic needs: food, shelter, electricity, more Magic the Gathering cards if you're like me. But what if working was just as fulfilling and confidence building as your favorite game? The folks at boot.dev have dared to ask this question. If you've ever been even a little bit interested in coding, it could be the career for you, and it could start here. Boot.dev is perhaps the smartest way to learn back-end web development in the Python and Go programming languages
Blue is your
because it
favorite
overcomes
movie?
the largest
I'll write it
problem in online learning. Boredom. They use tactics from modern game design to keep you engaged and constantly discovering new concepts and techniques. Lessons are formatted like an RPG. You'll earn XP, levels, achievements, and complete quests. Heck, there are even bi-monthly boss fights where the community comes together to earn bonus XP. And the community is a big part of this as well. It's easier to learn when there are others involved. If you have questions or need to bounce ideas off someone, there is an active boot.dev Discord just waiting to welcome you. It's honestly an incredible little thing that they've built here, and if you're hesitant, no worries. Go take a free demo of some of the courses, or pay for it and enjoy a 30-day no questions asked refund policy. This is no get-rich-quick scheme. Boot.dev takes the time to truly go in depth and prepare
The day you get to it is the day I die happy. What a game. Yeah, I'm excited.
To take the first step on your journey, go to boot.dev and use my code DarylTalksGames to get 25% off your entire first year if you choose the annual plan. This is one of my favorite sponsors because I really believe in what they're doing over there. Thanks again to boot.dev. Now back to the show. That sequence we opened the video with is one of the early hallucinations in a game called Mouthwashing, and to me, it's kind of the blueprint for what most video game fever dreams do. It makes you feel like you're losing grip on reality by using a handful of tried and true techniques that you'll find across all of storytelling. We'll get to each of them and then eventually into some other techniques, but the first of these is environmental irregularities, when the space you were in is behaving suspiciously. And we see this all over the place. PT is famous for the whole repeating room bit, where each time you exit this room through this door, somehow you end up back at the entrance again, despite this going against the laws of physics. Clearly, this whole jaunt is metaphysical in nature. You'll find no shortage of nightmarish architecture in the horror genre. You get that same repeated room sequence in Silent Hill: The Short Message and My Side. In fact, My Side has a ton of structural tomfoolery. Endless foyers, hallways that expand the further you walk through them, rearranging rooms that have not loaded. Now, it's worth mentioning that you aren't exactly dreaming or hallucinating here. Your character is trapped in a video game, hence the loading screen, but techniques like this have been used all over gaming for years to disorient you when you play and make it very clear that your character has lost their marbles. And this is one area where video games might have a little bit more creative room. How many doors do you walk through in any given game? 10, 20, 100? At some point, there is an established expectation that when you open one, something that makes sense will be on the other side. But with cinema, typically these visions give themselves away early because only now is it important that you see this person nap. Only now is it important that we see this door in the background of a restroom that will suddenly lead into a completely different place than it did before. Spatial silliness, I'm gonna find every possible way to say this differently. Floor plan shenanigans accomplishes the same goal in both cases here, but in a game, there is an extra layer of habituation that creates a deeper shock value when a place you think you know well is behaving in a way it shouldn't. And the same goes with music. Games have taught us that background music is there to match the activity we're doing and tell us what to feel. If we're solving puzzles in the desert, it should sound like this. If we're in the corporate supervillain's headquarters, it should sound like this. If we're running errands on a space freighter, it should sound like this. So when that music begins to miss a few notes and lose its tempo, what exactly are we doing now? How should this make us feel? You see, dream sequences typically use their music to send you in one of two directions, either directly into the teeth of the nightmare or ejecting you from the nightmare. You've seen the latter plenty of times. Things are slowly getting more and more uncanny. The camera does that Hitchcock zoom, or cuts rapidly between the imagery, or slowly pans on the horrifying thing and the music gets louder and shriller until there is a relief there just after the crescendo that replicates what waking up from a real nightmare is like. It's a ripping of the band-aid, and it signals the climax of the sequence. The other direction into the dream is much more subtle. It's in Doki Doki Literature Club when the notes begin to get glitchy and fall off beat. It's in The Punisher when the song slowly sours as this sweet delusion goes drastically wrong. It's going from no music to a subtle, eerie track that begins to echo a horrifying realization. The music that signals the beginning of the sequence is unsettling in a completely different way than the crescendo, because it's not offering relief from the nightmare, but instead introducing you to it, and now calling to question everything you see from this moment on. I always go back to that scene from House MD when House realizes that he's been hallucinating, which completely recontextualizes how he spent his last 48 hours. This is not a wake up it was all a dream tool, it is a you can no longer trust what's in front of you tool. And I think that's why music that sends you into the dream is so unsettling to come across, because there is a betrayal that takes place when the story suddenly calls to question what you're experiencing. It creates a lingering pit in your stomach, which is totally different from the panicked relief of being ripped from some hyper-violent vision. And the importance of that relief can't be understated. Because as fun as it is to have these big bombastic dream sequences with otherworldly visuals, if a story is chock full of them from beginning to end, well, that could destroy its ability to truly affect you. The Scarecrow sequence in Batman Arkham Asylum works as well as it does because it's completely unexpected. The glitch and shifting perspective and the game over are so memorable for the same reasons as the nightmare sequence in Max Payne. You wouldn't be surprised at a sequence like this in a psychological horror game, but when this is a story that has thus far been completely based on reality and your expectation is that it's going to remain that way, these sequences are a welcome surprise and contrast the rest of the story beautifully. If the game is constantly throwing visions at you from the start, you might become numb to it. That's not to say you're not enjoying this bizarre world you're exploring, but it doesn't hotwire your mind quite like it would if it's used sparingly and carefully. There's an old interview with Quentin Tarantino where he mentions that confusion is a surefire way to rip you from a story unless you can trust that the film is going to resolve that confusion for you.
I know as a viewer, the minute I start getting confused, I check out of the movie. However, if you get confused, there's no problem with being momentarily confused if you feel you're in good hands.
And I think this is why experimental films like Black Moon, or The Science of Sleep, or Paprika, or even games like Hypnospace Outlaw and Hylix aren't for everyone. In many ways, they're kaleidoscopes that want to bask in their surrealism and allow you to interpret their meaning. They can rest their laurels on their gorgeous absurdity. And maybe they're not for you personally, but the value there as a viewer comes from wading through the confusion like a tie-dye puzzle, connecting the dots and constructing your interpretation. To me, these hallucinogenic parades of the impossible represent the highest setting on the dream sequence dial. But when storytellers turn that dial back down to a very low value and sneak these sequences in where they're least expected, that's when they have the ability to truly fray away at your grip on reality. When you're watching a movie and a dream sequence happens, there is usually a point at which you go, hang on, this has to be a dream. Where the stakes kind of crumble and you realize, no, this isn't really happening, and then you can safely view the remainder of it as a bystander with the comfort that any moment now they'll wake up and this will be inconsequential. In most cases, you're right. I've always found myself most captivated when one of these scenes makes me work for that sentence, when the transition to that dream is so disguised and the imagery is so normal that I don't know it's a dream until right before they wake up. It's effectively had me under its spell for the duration of the nightmare, just like an actual nightmare does. And many scenes in both cinema and in gaming make it obvious intentionally and just let the vision do the work. It's clear in Twilight Princess that these chilling visuals aren't real because the camera pins in on Link closing his eyes, and then the linear spirit begins telling him a story. In King Arthur, we get cuts between the dream and the dreamer, clearly indicating what you're looking at. This isn't wrong, by the way. Their purpose here isn't to make you feel like you're dreaming or make you question what's real, it's to make it clear that this isn't, so that you can just look in as a passive viewer. But if the developers or the directors want to make you a participant, they disguise the beginning of these moments so that it's less obvious. Maybe instead of cutting from a sleeping person to the dream, we just open on a scene that feels pretty ordinary until later you realize it's all been a dream. Even better, at some point during a well-established scene, it silently becomes a dream unbeknownst to you and the dreamer. By far, my favorite example of this is in The Nice Guys. Ryan Gosling comments that he's getting sleepy and that he might need to pull over and let Russell Crowe drive. To which Russell responds,
"You don't have to pull over. The car can drive itself."
Ryan gives him a look, then takes his hands off the wheel. Sure enough, the car drives itself.
I didn't know it could do that.
He lights himself a cigarette, and then they begin talking about pollution with the giant bumblebee in the back seat.
Wake up! Wake up! March!
I fucking love that movie. And while it's used for humor here, my god, it's smooth and tucked away. It slowly becomes more absurd, as dreams often do, but at first, it's just conceivable enough for you to go, huh, okay then. We usually don't remember falling asleep. It's called mesograde amnesia. It happens, and then we wake up confused an hour later on the couch. Since we never see Ryan Gosling pass out here, it translates like a regular flow of consciousness would. This setup is extremely effective at getting the viewer to say, oh, this is a dream, much later in the dream. There's a scene like this in Heavenly Delusion that had my heart rate doing backflips because it hid the lie just like this. And this is typically how games hide their lies, because your experience with them is often not a series of scenes. They can't disguise one of these quite as readily between one scene and the next if you stay with one perspective the whole game. So if a game wants you to experience a vision without it being immediately obvious that it is a vision, it'll have you seamlessly happen upon it. Maybe a glitch, maybe something vanishes, maybe you think you see something and now you're sitting there wiping your glasses. Resounding, feverish portraits you'll find in some of the nightmares we've talked about are like crashing a motorcycle face first into a shotgun blast. They should make you jump and squirm. But subtle, well-disguised moments like this whisper in Silent Hill 2 that only shows up on some playthroughs, or the chair in the background of The Shining that suddenly isn't there in between shots, carefully carve into your skin as you sleep, gently encroaching on your sanity.
Chat, I've
we'll
never
talk more
seen The
about this game in
Shining.
a bit, but Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice is a masterful example of using both of these styles of vision. Some of the transitions into Senua's episodes in this game are just tremendously well done. It is often delicate and intentional, but it also doesn't stray away from dialing things up to 100. And what sets Senua's hallucinations and a few others in a class of their own is not just how seamlessly they move you into them, but how they make you question where they truly end. Take this scene from Hereditary. We open on a scene of a woman struggling to
I still want to watch this at some point.
get to sleep against the horror, wet, goosebumps so but to actually make them just as apprehensive as the character.
I'm currently going backwards in Ari Aster's films at the moment. That's the last one I gotta watch. I started off with Eddington, enjoyed Eddington. Wasn't like a perfect movie, but I enjoyed it. And I enjoyed it enough to say I gotta check out his other films. So I watched Eddington earlier this year. Then I watched Beau is Afraid. Beau is Afraid, I think, is a fucking masterpiece. That movie is so open to your own interpretation. It says so many things. It is a work of art by the pure definition. So fucking good. Beau is Afraid, phenomenal movie. 10 out of 10. And then I watched his movie before that, which was Midsummer. And the next one I gotta watch is Hereditary, which is the one that like blew him up, Ari Aster. So I'm still spoiler free on Hereditary. There's some there's big scenes in the movie that I know about. That bed one is not one I know about, but
in the story.
Hereditary is okay. Camera work, acting, and quality is beautiful though. Yeah. Midsummer I wasn't a huge fan of either. I didn't hate it, but in comparison to the other two Ari Aster films I saw, Midsummer didn't blow me away or anything.
Is a good dream sequence takes you for a theme park ride through a character's emotions. A great dream sequence puts you in their skin and makes you live those emotions. Because now you no longer have the safety blanket or relief of the dream being over. What's to say this too isn't also a dream? It's a slippery slope if you're a writer, because you don't want to do this so much that the audience is questioning what the point even is, since it could all be a dream at this rate. Like, why get invested in any of these scenes if you're just going to keep ripping them out from under me?
I check out of the movie.
But done sparingly, it does call to question what you can trust and makes for a much more intimate experience.
Yes.
And it's not
I have seen Parasite. That's also one of my favorite movies of all time. I think on Letterboxd it's still in my top 4.
Not just subtlety, but also how.
And same, who's the director? Bong Joon-ho? Am I saying that right? He also did Snowpiercer. Snowpiercer is a fucking great movie too.
Grounded these are, how reasonable they are. One of the things that made the big twist in House so effective was that his hallucinations were plausible. He didn't see 100 copies of Cuddy falling from a dark abyss giggling all the way down, or hear an indescribable behemoth in an ocean under the stars. He just had interactions with people he already knew, was told things people could potentially say. There was a certain level of trust we give when we play a game or watch a show. We have to trust that perspective, that what's being shown is actually happening in that fictional reality, that it's canon, right? And by keeping the dreams and hallucinations...
And when it's done, I don't know if he's gonna go into this, but when it's done like not right, it's kind of like in Honkai Star Rail, for example, with the what's the misinfo Aeon? The Mythos? Dude, I kind of hate that shit because it's like they could anything that they want to retcon, they can just say it was Mythos. It's a little annoying. Like they have like essentially a trap door to say like anything that they want to retcon in the future that's like something that was established in lore that we all believed in the future, that we go back and look at, they can just be like, no, none of that was real. Mythos made it up. And I'm like, oh, I don't know if I like that. Like, I understand you're setting yourself up to be able to go back and rewrite anything you want, essentially. But it makes it so like when I'm going into the future, like I don't know how much I can actually trust with my own eyes, because I like you just say it's not real in the future.
Nations subtle
Enigmata,
and convincing, it builds
Honkai
that
rarely gets
trust when you
retconned,
consume
both
them,
games,
which
that's
makes
true.
breaking it for a big twist later so damn effective. And video games have the unique opportunity to add another layer to that trust. Here's what I mean. In Hellblade, much of your experience goes something like this. With any basic task, you'll never be alone. The voices in Senua's head always chime in to whatever she is doing.
She can get up now. How can she get up?
And as it turns out, this is a pretty accurate portrayal of some forms of psychosis. Developer Ninja Theory worked with psychiatrists and actual patients recovering from episodes of hallucinations to build their game. If you play this and see something horrifying or incredible, it was likely inspired by what these real-life people have experienced. One of those things is the voices coming from every direction. Some close, some far, some kind, some cruel. The work they did on this alone is phenomenal and just echoes everything else we've talked about. But playing this, you still know it's all a hallucination. It's fascinating to be within this audiovisual spectacle, but how exactly does it build your trust? Well, combat in this game keeps the camera pinholed down your line of sight. You don't have nearly as much freedom as you would in a ton of other games, so when you're surrounded and being attacked from another angle, the voices are what keep you safe. They'll cue you to move, they'll help you with puzzles, they'll give you little directions.
If you hear the song of Valravan, follow it, and it will lead you to him.
Despite their maddening bullying and ridicule of Senua, they also help her sometimes.
Don't let them surround you.
And this is where video games can do something really special, because what does it say about you that you're relying on them? That you're giving a hallucination any amount of credence, that you're behaving as you are because the voices in your head told you to. I'm referencing a video by Leonardo da Cinci, someone who actually lives with psychosis. He makes this exact point.
In Hellblade, your only indication is one of your voices telling you to watch out. And right there, that is dangerous. Developing trust with a hallucination is the first step to everything going awry.
Some of his insights at how accurately Senua portrays his symptoms is just fascinating to hear. I really can't recommend that video enough, but this is that extra layer of trust that games can betray to make visions leave you so on edge. Disco Elysium is a game I'm playing right now, and it does this beautifully. The detective you control has so many voices in his head. The spectacularly harrowing visuals we've talked about today.
I'm excited to play Disco Elysium one day.
The opening example, despite the terror of it, is most memorable to me because of the strange peace I felt looking up at the stars. It was a surreal moment being alone with my thoughts under what I imagine the sky looks like from the other side.
Since we were on the topic of like societal norms and misplaced resentment and incels, there was a really funny, I have a screenshot from the game. Disco Elysium. Oh, here it is. The this screenshot made me laugh so fucking hard. It has a rhetoric. I guess it's a thing in the game. So rhetoric, something pops up in the main character's head and he goes, "All right, here we go. We're devoting all of your available brain cells to coming up with the question about communism. Scratch that. To coming up with the question about communism. The alpha and omega of communism. Questions. And the question is, option 1, you whisper to yourself, are women the bourgeoisie?" Oh my fucking god. I saw it. I was dying laughing. And then the option 2 is, oh god, that's bad. Surely I can think of something better. I was dying laughing when I saw that shit. Oh, fuck is good. I cannot wait. I gotta play that game because I've heard that the game was like literally made by socialists, communists, but they're like poking fun at their own ideology, which is why it's so fucking good. That's why I'm so excited to play it. Disco Elysium is so great, man. I cannot wait to play that.
Side of the galaxy. There is a unique warmth to hearing Cinema's voices being kind to her.
Finish this!
There's something satisfying about the voices in Disco Elysium giving me a lead, something enchanting about the fact that although none of these visions are strictly real, their contents are brutally honest, more conversationally real with the character than reality in many ways. There is a refreshing clarity in the fog, a welcome purity to the truth they present. Many of these come off as hellish and hard to look at, but the truth often is. Professor Paul Fletcher, one of the psychiatrists Ninja Theory consulted, clarified that hallucinations are not as simple as brain dysfunction, but that in fact,
it's not like the system shut down. It's actually an incredibly creative process. The person creates a world populated with voices and phantasms and terrors, and they're completely immersed in it. They believe in it.
And that's what makes these sequences so enamoring to me. They only exist because someone has constructed them. These characters have conceived these nightmares because very often there is something repressed, something ignored, something asleep that is begging to be woken up and acknowledged. They're funhouse mirrors that give us a reflection more voracious than anything else can, even if that reflection is not always a welcome sight. Hey guys, thanks so much for watching. Apologies on the voiceover, I was getting over the flu whenever I was recording this, so if
That was pretty good. That wasn't really a plot analysis, but he said that at the beginning. It was more so about the visuals and what they say, and I'm a big fan of visual storytelling, so that was enjoyable. All right, last one we're gonna watch is not that long. It's the shortest out of every video we've watched today, but it is Indie Horror is the Future of Fear, and I think this is
what if the most terrifying experiences?
This video, it's gained some traction. 14K. Okay, it's not that big though. So this video came out 3 weeks ago. It actually popped up in my recommended, I think, around the time it released. And at the time of it releasing, it had like 1,000 views and like less than 100 likes. So I'm glad to see it did get some traction because the premise is pretty interesting. But Indie Horror is the Future of Fear. And they go over a couple different indie horror games we played in the past month. Like I said, if you're watching the YouTube VOD and you're interested in seeing my playthroughs on some of the games they talk about here, you can check out a playlist in the description below, one-off horror games, or if you want to check out my Silent Hill 2 playthrough, that has its own playlist, but I'll try to link that playlist in the description below as well. But yeah, I've got a playlist of all my one-off horror games that we played in a single stream, so definitely check that out if you're interested. All right, without further ado, this is Indie Horror is the Future of Fear.
in gaming aren't found in the corporate halls of AAA development studios, but in dimly lit bedrooms, created by a handful of sleep-deprived visionaries staring into monitors at 3 a.m. with far
Amnesia.
too much caffeine and far too little sanity. We've entered a strange new age of horror, where the biggest scares don't come from the biggest budgets, but from imagination, isolation, and a total disregard for what's marketable. Because fear has evolved. And right now, the most unsettling, most creative, and most emotionally
I don't know
resonant.
why dude, this shit's gonna piss me off. I don't know why it's lagging so bad. I don't got anything open either. Come on, it's gotta be Twitch servers, because I don't see anything on my end. Unless Xfinity could just be, what's it called? Xfinity could just be throttling me. I wonder if it maybe Twitch servers, because it's like the middle of the day, maybe too many people are live and it's Twitch servers on their side. I don't know.
Horror isn't coming from the giants, it's coming from the outsiders. So tonight we're going to step off the beaten path a little and into the shadows of indie horror.
Bunker,
A realm
so
where the
good.
rules are different, the ideas are weirder, and the fear is real. This is more than a trend nowadays. This might very well be the future of fear.
Viewer discretion is advised.
For decades, horror games followed the formula. You had your monster, your flashlight, your conveniently empty hallway, and of course, your mandatory jump scare that would probably make your cat leave the room in protest. Don't get me wrong, the classics still hold up. Resident Evil and Silent Hill practically built the foundation for digital terror. But as horror grew more commercial, something strange happened. The fear got comfortable. AAA horror titles, as impressive as they look, often walk a fine line between terror and action blockbuster. Somewhere along the way, we stopped feeling helpless. You would walk into a haunted mansion and think, okay, I have a shotgun, I will be fine. And the moment you feel fine, horror kinda dies. Fear doesn't thrive in control. It thrives in vulnerability, in uncertainty, in that moment when the game whispers, "You're not safe," and you actually believe it. That's where indie horror steps in. While the big studios were polishing their particle effects and calculating audience metrics, indie devs were sitting in the dark, studying the blade, experimenting, asking uncomfortable questions. What if you couldn't fight back? What if the scariest part wasn't what's chasing you, but what's inside your own head? Suddenly, we had Amnesia: The Dark Descent making us terrified of opening doors, Lone Survivor showing us psychological breakdown through pixel art, and then Doki Doki Literature Club proving that even cute dating sims could make us fear the delete key on our keyboard. Indie horror redefined fear, not through spectacle, but through emotion. Indie horror thrives on one glorious advantage: no one's telling them no. There are no focus groups, no boardrooms full of executives debating whether trauma is a monetizable future.
Capitalism.
Just a few creators, their twisted imaginations, and whatever tools they can scrape together. And that freedom, that absolute disregard for corporate polish, is
Do you know what
what
happens in
gives
Doki Doki?
indie horror.
Kinda. I know, like, there's the main girl that's like the villain or whatever, but no, most of the twists I'm still spoiler free on. Like, I know the main girl is like what's her name? The main like bad girl is like an AI or something. I don't know. I haven't watched a playthrough and I haven't watched any plot analysis, so no, I'm pretty spoiler free on Doki Doki. Other than that,
its teeth. When you don't have millions to spend, you make every pixel, every sound, every moment count. Phasmophobia took multiplayer horror, something most studios had failed miserably at, and turned it into a new kind of nightmare.
Monica, yeah.
Not because of complex.
I'm a little delayed. I know, it's because the fucking. I remember PewDiePie's song, the "Hey Hey Monica, hey hey, Monica. Hey, Monica. Hey, Monica. It's a fun playthrough if you want to play it on your own time. I'd like to. My original plan when that came out, I bought a whole cosplay for it and everything. Was I was gonna wear. I had a purple wig, and then I had a Japanese schoolgirl outfit that I was gonna wear. And I think I did wear it for one video, but it wasn't Doki Doki. I think it was a Rainbow Six Siege. What did I call it? I called it Rainbow Sakura Siege. Oh, fuck, is all coming back to me. That was back in, like, 2018. Shit's cooked. But, yeah.
Complex AI or next-gen visuals.
A cosplay? Listen, not my... Do I pull it up, chat? I think it's on... I'm on my main channel right now, too. You must wear that again? I don't think it would fit me. I think I've gained a little bit of weight since then. Let me, because it was small to begin with. That shit was already tight on me, and I've definitely gained weight since then. Let me try to find Doki, or not Doki Doki. It was I planned on wearing it for a Doki Doki playthrough, but I ended up never doing it. It was called Rainbow Sakura Siege. Oh, there it is. Bro, what the fuck? Oh my god, I forgot about this shit. Well, I mean, I didn't forget. Here's my old room. Weebs are us.
Nico knee, motherfuckers.
Yeah, out of the 5 years across 2 channels that I've been on YouTube for, this is definitely my lowest point. I don't know how the fuck people deal with long hair. You know, skirts are actually very comfortable, I gotta say. Everything just feels so free down there. Dude, nah, we cannot watch this. I'm getting fucking second-hand embarrassment from myself. The thigh highs, too. Listen. Oh my god. Yo, holy hell, that bedroom was so perfect time to come back into stream. I remember, chat, when I said I was going through an incel phase at one point, and it was like, my realization was that women, like, my internalization was that women had the ability to do something that I was not, and that was the permission to be softer. Yeah, that might explain some shit right there.
AI or next-gen visuals, but because it forced players to communicate. And nothing is scarier than having to whisper, "Is anyone here?" into a haunted house and getting an answer. Iron Lung dropped us into a rusted submarine, trapped miles beneath the blood ocean, and made us stare at static for an hour. And it was one of the most claustrophobic, nerve-shredding experiences ever coded. Meanwhile, Amnesia: The Dark Descent reminded us that sometimes the smartest move is to hide in a closet and quietly question our life choices. It would be unfair to call these video games. They're experiments. Unfiltered, deeply personal works of fear that come from a place of passion and not profit. The makers of these games and many others use video games as a medium to convey their vision of horror to you, the player. And that's something no marketing team can replicate. Because the truth is,
what are some of these games? I don't recognize
belong to the outsiders. The weird kids, the ones doodling monsters in their notebooks instead of paying attention in math class. Indie horror is just their latest stage, and they're killing it.
The future is now, old man.
Indie horror is kinda about breaking the mold. Or it's even more than that, honestly. It's melting it down and sculpting something strange and alive. In the last few years, we've seen something fascinating happen. Horror games are no longer confined to the screen. They bleed into our lives, into our feeds, into our Discord servers. Take Faith, for example, right? The Unholy Trinity, a pixelated exorcism game that somehow feels more real than most hyper-detailed AAA releases. Its minimalist visuals force your brain to fill in the blanks, while its hidden messages and kinda ARG-like secrets whisper that something is still out there, waiting to be found.
Looking.
Or take The Backrooms, part of the analog horror movement, a series of unsettling videos that became a community event. Suddenly, fear wasn't a solo experience anymore. It was collective. You weren't just watching horror, you were participating in it. This is what indie horror does best. It turns horror into a conversation. You play, you analyze, you theorize, and the game keeps evolving because you do. Community-driven horror is practically its own ecosystem now. Games like Phasmophobia or Lethal Company thrive not just because they're scary, but because players create stories with them. Every session is different, every scream becomes content. It's horror designed for the digital age, unpredictable, social, and weirdly memeable. And then there's the rise of subgenres that AAA studios wouldn't even dare to touch. Cosmic horror that questions the nature of existence. Liminal horror that turns empty malls and parking lots into nightmares or familiarity. Take Iron Lung again. You're trapped in a steel coffin. In Mouthwashing, you're stranded in the middle of nowhere while trying to survive in a psychological nightmare. In Skin Freak, you're a taxi driver who drives all kinds of weirdos around while trying to watch your back. These aren't just settings, they're emotional spaces. They hit us because they feel like reflections of modern life. Isolation, monotony, the uncanny dread of seeing something almost normal. The future of horror is about smaller feelings now. It isn't about bigger monsters anymore. It's the quiet, existential kind of horror that linger long after you
Signalis
close
is so
the game.
peak. Signalis reference.
If you've ever played a low-budget horror game and thought, why is this scarier than something that costs $10 million? Well, congratulations, you experienced the magic of creative limitation. There's something powerful about not having all the tools. When you don't have a Hollywood art team or a motion capture studio, you start thinking differently. You focus on atmosphere. You make every sound, every flicker, every line of text matter. In World of Horror, Junji Ito-inspired dread unfolds through black and white pixel art. You don't need 4K textures when your imagination is doing the heavy lifting and filling the blanks. In Fear and Hunger, you're constantly out of resources, out of lights, out of hope. And that scarcity becomes the horror itself. These games prove that fear isn't about fidelity or believability or credibility, I guess. It's about focus. Compare that to AAA horror, where entire teams are devoted to rendering individual drops of blood. It's impressive, sure, but by the time the particle system's done simulating, the tension is long gone already. Minimalism is terrifying because it engages you. You're not just seeing the monster, you're building it in your head. The lack of clarity makes the experience intimate. You're complicit in your own fear. Think about the sound design too. How many indie horror moments...
things being like subjective give you a much more personal... Things being subjective give you a much more personal attachment to what you're whatever media you're consuming, right? Because like you came up with whatever your own interpretation is as you're going through the story, and you put together the theories that lead you towards whatever conclusion, right? And that's definitely one of the big things that I love about these games. Like Signalis had so many different good interpretations of it, and plenty of other horror games, but especially ones we played recently. But yeah, Signalis like lives rent free in my head as in terms of its art direction was so unique and so it complemented the story so fucking well. And then the crazy different cosmic horror shit that you experience in that story is very human, and then simultaneously existential, and allows you to draw your own conclusions as to what the fuck is happening.
Live rent-free in your head just because of a single sound cue. The low drone in Iron Lung, the whispers in, say, Madison, the broken tape loop ambience of Paratopic.
What the fuck?
When budgets shrink, creativity swells. It's almost poetic, like fear itself works best when it's cornered. And maybe that's why indie horror feels so personal. There's no comedy, no marketing department, just someone with a weird idea, a strong cup of coffee, and the willingness to make you deeply uncomfortable. In that way, I know this is gonna sound cliche, but in that way, indie horror is kind of like punk rock. Rough around the edges, emotionally raw, and defiantly human.
That's a good comparison.
Here's the wild part though. Indie horror isn't just doing its own thing now, it's also influencing the entire genre at the same time. I don't know if you noticed this. The DNA of indie fear is now spliced into everything. You can see it in Resident Evil 7's shift to the first-person dread. You can feel it in Dead Space's return to isolation and silence with the remake. Even AAA studios are realizing that horror doesn't need to be loud. It just needs to feel personal. And this influence goes both ways. The success of indie games has shown that fear doesn't need a $70 price tag to hit hard. With engines like Unity and Unreal more accessible than ever, anyone with a laptop and a half-formed nightmare can start building something. The barriers are gone. Most of the horror games on itch.io, which are really liked by maybe millions of people, most of them are free games. They're not, like, leave $70 alone. They're not even priced anything. They're for free, and they're great. We've entered an era where horror has been democratized. Streamers amplify it, players analyze it, developers remix it. Fear has become collaborative, a shared emotion across millions of glowing screens. It's honestly beautiful in a deeply unsettling way. Indie horror represents what horror has always been about: experimentation, the willingness to make people uncomfortable in new ways, the refusal to play it safe. The future of fear isn't about chasing trends or maximizing profit. It's about curiosity. It's about honesty. It's about one question: what scares you? And when that question comes from someone who isn't trying to sell you anything, just trying to share what keeps them up at night, the answer hits a lot harder. Fear has always been cyclical. Every time the genre stagnates,
what is this game? The
small
Junji
and
Ito one.
strange
That one
drags
looks
it
crazy.
back into the light. Or more accurately, in this sense, back into the dark. Indie horror is proof that the scariest ideas don't come from the biggest teams, but from the people who feel fear most intimately. The artists who don't just design horror, but rather live with it. I know that sounds kind of bad, but when you're too deep into horror in a creative sense, you kind of just live with it. You learn to live with it, even when you're scared of something, or when you have a childhood trauma or something that's been bothering you. You start to cope with it in different creative ways. And why not turn that into a game and see if other people will resonate with that fear? It's actually a smart way of using that fear or coming to terms with it. And it's kind of poetic, I guess. I like that idea of using your own horror to scare other people. And by doing this, you're also sharing this experience and turning this into a collaborative, common, bigger experience. And maybe that's why these games linger. They remind us that horror isn't a product. It's a mirror. It reflects our anxieties, our isolation, our fascination with the unknown. Maybe the next great horror masterpiece won't come from a corporate studio. I'm saying maybe, but most likely it won't be that way. Maybe it's already sitting on someone's hard drive, unfinished, waiting for the courage and maybe a few Steam sales to bring it to life. My friends, the future of fear isn't waiting to be discovered. It's already here. It's in the code, in the pixels, in the minds of creators who can't stop asking, why does this scare me? And if indie horror continues to grow, which I am 100% sure that it will, if it's going to keep experimenting and keep haunting us in new ways, then the future of fear looks bright and it's in good hands. Thank you all so much for watching. This, for me, is a topic that I'm very passionate about. I hope I didn't miss anything. I hope I didn't bore you with my talk. I hope I didn't break anyone's heart. Anyway, I have been returning to YouTube slowly and streaming, so if you'd like to watch me play some video games live, please check out my Twitch stream and my YouTube streams. I also have a new VOD channel now. Whenever I have a stream happen, and right after the stream ends, I take the VOD and upload it to this VOD channel, so it's there forever and it's not gone after a day or two or a week or two. So please check that out. Check out my new videos.
Yeah, this guy's a pretty small creator. Definitely show him some love. Horror visuals. Yeah, this guy's cool. All right, but that's gonna have to do it for my the playlist stuff that I wanted to watch today. It's getting a little late. I gotta work in 4 hours. Let me get some sleep. Jesus Christ. I gotta stop streaming on the weekdays, but sometimes I want to catch up. I'm so behind on so many things, chat. Grr. But at least we got this done. I wanted to stream Mouthwashing back in October, but just stuff came up. I got busy, but glad we got it done. Better late than never. Glad we didn't push it all the way to next year like we did for Silent Hill F. If anyone was looking forward to Silent Hill F, I'm sorry. I was planning on playing it this year. With all the stuff coming up, I've got a Destiny expansion like a week away, and then right after that, we're hopping into Honkai Star Rail 3.0. And so I'm going to push Silent Hill F to next October. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of horror games coming out in 2026. So there's obviously the new Resident Evil game, which I'm planning on playing at around launch if I can, if I'm not too busy. But I definitely want to play the new Resident Evil game ASAP because I don't want to get spoiled by anything, because I know I'm going to if I don't play that thing ASAP because of how big the Resident Evil series is. It's going to be pretty hard to stay spoiler-free on that game. So I'm going to try to play the new Resident Evil game, Resident Evil 9 Requiem, as soon as that comes out, if I can. And then in October, we'll probably play Silent Hill F. I don't know if there's many other... hopefully there's some indie horror games that surprise us. I'd definitely be down to play Silent Hill F and an indie horror game that interests me in October. Who knows? Maybe we'll play a Doki Doki Literature Club if I... if I don't have anything else to play then. But yeah, thanks for watching, everyone. Cool VOD. Always fun to connect with you guys on a more personal level. Thanks for hanging, everybody. Thanks for the talks. Thanks for the interpretations. One of my going all the way back to when I did Let's Plays on my main YouTube channel, the biggest thing, I've said this so many times, but the biggest thing that I enjoy about streaming and doing content creation with video games in general is to be able to share my experiences on these playthroughs with you guys, and then also have a back and forth conversation about our interpretations, what the video games made us feel, what they mean to us all on a personal level. And I fucking love that shit. I think the first game that like made me feel that sort of way was Life is Strange, way back when that came out in 2015. I played it on my YouTube channel, and that shit blew up, and I've loved playing narrative games ever since, because I get to share the experience and talk with viewers about everyone's feelings on the game. It's a lot of fun. Normally I only watch VOD, so this was super nice stopping by. Hell yeah! Glad you were able to stop by. Well, have a nice day, everyone. Yes, everyone have a nice day. If you're watching on YouTube, leave a thumbs up, leave a comment down below on what your thoughts were on Mouthwashing or any of these analysis videos. Like I said, I'm going to leave a link to all the videos we watched down in the description below. Please go show them some love. Just even if you're not going to watch the whole thing because you just watched it here, obviously, leave them a like at least. Go check out those videos and leave them a like, because we got to show our video essayists some love so they can keep putting out great work. But yeah, thanks so much for watching, everyone. Leave a like on the VOD, leave a comment down below, helps push the video out there in the algorithm to other people. And yeah, wherever you are in the world, I hope you have a fantastic day, night, or afternoon, and I will see you all in the next stream. But till then, this has been Max, guys. Bye-bye. Have a good one, everyone. Love y'all.